Yay! Alright. I am excited to tune to the next screen. Yippee! Hello! Hi everyone! Good evening, good afternoon, good morning for some of you freaks out there. To my fellow non-Americans, you have about 23 days left until the... No, 13 days? 17 plus 13. 13 days until your daylight savings coming, buddies. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Oh, what the... What? Did I broke something?
From two Pythagorean neck up.
Hello, Pythagorean. Hello. Welcome. Oh, God. Hold on. Let me fix that thing. Pythagorean, thank you so much for the... I'm going to assume it's $9. Hello, everyone. I'm 3D. I did it. Oh, God. Let me not do that one. I'm 3D now. Hello. I have my 3D model for a while, but I always break something. But now I figured out with the power of reading what it is that I was breaking all the time. And now I have it. I was trying to itch my nose, but it looked like I was putting my finger in my mouth. Hold on. It did it for a moment. Okay, now the calibration's off. 3D? Yeah, 3D. Hello. Nothing special happening. Just another yap, but you can see some really cool actions. Oh, there you go. My fingers look so lumpy. 3D Avi isn't real. She can't hurt you, 3D Avi. Put your money in the bag right now. Hold on, look, let me take a... Put your money in the bag right now, right there. This is my bag. Hold on, let's see if my arm wants to figure things out really quickly. Does it jiggle? It kind of jiggles. Not really, not as much. Hold on. It's very airtight. Just a little bit of bounce, but that's about it. Like you would want to know. Oh God, now that I'm looking at chat, you guys look very high. Like very tall than usual. I usually have my OBS configured to a 19 by 1080 resolution, but we noticed that some Stream Elements stuff were kind of like becoming smaller and smaller. They'd be in this corner, so Naya was like, "Oh, maybe you should configure it to 250. Where was it? I have it on Discord. 25. Hold on. 2560 by 1440. I'm a big boy, I swear. You are a big boy, Pythagorean. Thank you, Pythagorean. This is me trying to make a heart shape. You screwed the config. You streaming at 2K. Yeah, I am streaming at 2K now. It's not gonna matter because 1980 by 1080. Sorry, 1920 by 1080 is the most Twitch can give out to its audience anyways. So this is probably taking a lot of hardware pressure on my computer with no results to show for it, if that makes sense. I'm chugging my shit for no reason. RV live in 3D. Yeah, I am live in 3D. Ew, what the hell is this thing in my mouth? Oh, that's a chicken. Okay, sorry. I was like, I had chicken in the morning. And hello, Maple Burns. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Like the notification and title of my stream says, I want to discuss a little bit about gaming for the next couple of... Sorry, for now on. And for future streams as well, you guys. It's a pretty interesting subject. I will listen to 2 Scott the Wasp videos. I wouldn't say I'm well researched on it, but I have an idea where I'm going to go with this conversation. 3D Avi for free? Yeah! You're streaming at 2K. Oh no, was I supposed to revert back? I thought I was supposed to keep it this way. What do you mean you got chicken in your mouth? Did we lose that chatter once and for all? My hard drive's gonna get fucked. Oh no. Wait, hold on, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Shit, I didn't think this far. Wait, but you said so is it just base resolution? Shit. Okay, I understand now. I understand. She's 3D. I'm 3D. Alright, I see. I'm 3D. I died. I think Twitch nukes everything to be 1080 anyways. Maybe that's just me. Okay. Anyway, so like I was saying, hello. She's 3D. Yes, I had chicken in the morning with mole as well from a parties, and it was really interesting because the mole in Mexico is so different throughout. The mole we had this morning for breakfast is not at all spicy, which is probably a good thing for my tummy. She's so pretty. Thank you, Cherry. This is me tucking my hand behind my ear, but my hand's doing something weird. Aside from surprising you by showing up, Avi, I come with good news. JoJo Part 7 Steel Ball Run is confirmed? Wait, that's epic. When did that happen? Was that on Twitter? Also, for some reason, my key bindings for all of my emotion is unbinded in Waterdill. Something always happens. But that's okay. I don't mind it this time. I love how you're almost permanently smile. Yeah, exactly. Well, where is my emotes? Yeah, I messed around with Waterdill and VR. What's it called? XR Animate that Becca showed me. I figured out why Avi never imports into XR. It's my fault. I didn't read the instruction fully. They wanted a file, not a folder. It was confirmed over 2 hours ago by David Production. Oh my god, wait, that's crazy. Hold on. You have it in a media room. That's good. Thank you so much for posting it as well. Hold on, I got pinged. Who pinged me? Who torgled? Okay, hold on. What was I gonna say? Targling. There it is, media room. Oh my god, it actually is confirmed. I'll show it in the stream soon as well. Thank you. Let me zoom out. That's crazy. I still need to read the manga for it. I need to catch up on part 6. I need to rewatch it. I need to do so much things. That's okay. Firefox. Okay, that thing's gonna look tiny at first. Don't panic. Part 7 was tied with part 3 with my favorite part, so I'm very excited. Really? Looking cool, Avi. Wait, JoJo Part 7? JoJo Part 7, for those of you who are coming in, is now officially confirmed with Steel Ball Run. I keep forgetting that one fan introduction is not actually canon. Hold on, for some reason this post is super vertical. There you go. Steel! Oh my god, Ball Run! I don't know if you know that fan audio. I like it a lot. She bought it, what the hell? That looks so cool. I've never read part 7. I haven't finished part 6. But let's go. We're getting a new Johnny Joestar. A lot of people are saying that part 7 is really cool. So I'm very excited for this announcement. TV Anime JoJo's Bizarre Adventure officially confirms new project announcement for April 12th of 2025. Oh my god, wait, that's soon. Wait, what do you mean it confirms the project for April? Like they're going to start animating it in April? Oh, wait, no, but I read it wrong. It's in production, according to legal documents filed by Shueisha Animation Studio David Production. Got you. Part 7 is debatably the best part. Yeah, for sure debatably, because JoJo's pretty good already. Come on, Mousy. Come on, OBS. That's okay. Anyone who knows part 1 through 6 will be rewarded because a lot of fans consider this to be the swan song. I don't know what you mean by that phrase, but I'm assuming it's just like it's gonna be a callback. I hope they do. Everyone's all like, oh, you could skip out on Jonathan Joestar's arc. He's just whatever. The stand's not even gonna introduce till part 2. You can skip part 1. No one gives a fuck about part 1. I give a fuck about part 1. I love my man Jonathan Joestar so much. He is a nice gentleman. He lived an honest life. He had good mentors. Yeah, sure, we learned about Hamon, and that shit didn't carry out even like a little bit of part 2. Jonathan Joseph Joestar used it like once, and then that's it. I don't give a fuck. I still love part 1. I don't care. Basically, if you have been reading or watching JoJo up to the part, to that part, you gained a lot more out of it than anyone else because it's like the biggest payoff for sticking to the series up to that point. That's really good. I'm glad that Akira, is that the author's name? Akari. I want to call him Akari. That the author was able to encapsulate something, not just a callback, but a callback that is good and rewarding. Because it's easy to be like, hey, do you guys remember when Mario did a little flat pixel TV? Where did you reference that? Or, hey, Sonic fans, you love Green Hill, right? We're gonna do it tenfold. and nothing else. Maybe Chemical Zone. Is it called Chemical Zone or Plant Zone? No, something zone. Jonathan, Joseph, Jotaro, Josuke, Giorno, and Jolene. I don't know why, but when you said Giorno, my brain read it as Goku for a second. Chemical Plant Zone. Okay, so I was there. Araki. There you go, Araki. Okay, I knew it was Araki. What did I call him before? Actually, I don't know if I wanted what I called him before. That's weird. Hold on. This is my hands. This is my face. This is my face right here. Hey guys, it's me, Jordo. Hey guys, it's me, Jordo. Wait, hold on. Is that all you got, Frieza? Goku Joestar would be unstoppable. No, it has to follow the J rule. Let me sit up even straighter so that I can get my shoulders in focus. My mic is kind of covering my right hand. My left hand is just fucked up because it just is. And then let me bring my monitor down some more. Maybe that'll help. Of course. It's not delivery, it's just journal. Hold on. Oh, okay, and then let me move this thing. There you go. Now my shoulder should be covered. Goku Joestar. So you're gonna play Tony Hawk Underground? Which one? Kiwi recommended me the second one first. I don't know if he's doing it because of the memes. Kiwi isn't here to defend himself or deny any accreditation. There is a story mode in Tony Hawk which I didn't know about. In part 1, there's Tony Hawk. Okay, so the game we're gonna play this week is Tony Hawk. Let me see if I can refer to my profile. Please don't delete my likes. Just kidding, it won't. It's gonna be very, very... I'll fix the side soon. Hold on. For those who do not know, I posted the schedule on Twitter. I would have posted it soon because Nayu was so nice to make it for me this weekend. And I was stupid because I was working and then I forgot. So here's the weekly schedule with the lovely art done by Lady right there. Too bad we don't get the one book animated where George Joestar fighted 37 cars on the planet Mars. God, I wish I knew what you were talking about. Oh my god, wait, I can center myself like we're over there. Whee! Whee! Hold on, let's look at my... Hold on, wait. I got this. Come on. Wrong hand. How do I do this? No. This side looks kind of cursed. Whee! Wrong hand. Oh, it's flipped. Fuck. Okay, hold on. Let me do something funny on, where is it? I just saw you put on an option so I can rotate the, that's my port, linted eyes, physics. Okay, no, there's no way. I'll just do it manually. This is my left hand, and it's giving me my right hand. This is still my left hand. Yes. Yay! I did it! Okay. Multiple dimension Avi is so cool. Oh, thank you! This is still my left hand. Okay. Oh, thank you. Okay. So, Monday right there is my just chatting. That's where you guys are right now. That's where you guys are right now. You. Okay, I can't point at the camera. Excuse me. There you go. And then on Wednesday right there is gonna be Tony Hawk Underground. It says here 1, but I might start on 2 because that's what Kiwi said. Depends on which one will be the best emulated because they have really different emulation requirements. That's me. That is you. Do you know his brother Mike? I don't know he had a brother. And then there is Friday a collab repo with Chia, Eggy, and Calby. I've never heard of anything about the game. You guys told me that I should pick it up. Luckily, there's a Steam sale, so I don't think it's on sale, actually. It just came out. Arabi, hello. Hope you and Chad are doing good. Wowee, she has a Z-axis. I like that. Do you like my Z-axis? What made you decide to go Tony Hawk Underground for the start of your Retro Gamer Girl arc? Well, so if you guys don't know, I have actual benefits for subscribers now. If you link your Twitch Discord and your Discord together, you'll have to find that in settings. If anyone needs help, let me know. Basically, I told my supporters last week, I was like, hey, I'm interested in doing retro gaming. I know you guys are like way older than me, so I would love to have suggestions from you guys about what I should play. So I opened a forum, subscribers only, that can create in our new forum. Let me close this one. About which games to play. And so far, hold on, my Discord is sucking. We've got a lot of good suggestions, like a lot of good ones. However, I knew that if I wanted to start like my adventure emulating and all that stuff, I need to figure it out with a game that isn't going to be a series. So anything that's going to require maybe like a storyline that is like a genuine storyline that rewrote gaming history, influential of all times, I knew I didn't want that to be the first go around. Because we already came off of a very committed Dead Space 2 gameplay, which I love the game. The special credits were so rewarding. However, that was really difficult. I need more training with controller aim, and in general. My meds did help a lot. Damn, I somehow missed that. I guess that's what I get for working the long-ass hours I have. No, you can still do that now. I'm still taking up suggestions at all times. So I saw everyone put really good suggestions like Sonic Origins, Okami, or people not even recommending retro, just games in general. Right now I'm looking for recommended. Diddy Kong Racing, what was it? Wolf Among Us, Helldivers 2. Oh yeah, Dying Light. Yeah, Lady posted Dying Light. Halo. The original God of War trilogy. I put in my own submission, Fatal Frame. That one is very unique. See, that's going to be also another running theme I knew going in, wanting to be a retro gamer. Call Matt from Wii Sports Retro and find out. Oh, God. Friday's going to be so lit. It is. Also, hello, Snow Twig. It's nice to see you. 2000s to 2010s is retro gaming now, boomer. See, that's the thing I wanted to talk about. I think it's really funny I'm calling for more retro games. I just said older games. Because if we really want to talk retro, we'll talk like N64, Atari. In my opinion, I think for now, I want to go into the scope of 2000s, 2010 games for sure. 90s, something gets a pass and stuff. And maybe a little bit of 85. Because, how do I say this? How do I say this nicely? When did the PS1 come out? Somewhere along the same generation as PS1 era. I think it's like the last time that they had the controller with just the D-pad movement, and even though I perfected that at Silent Hill, I know if I were to jump into Resident Evil, I would die immediately because the puzzles are also very hard. Where's the Game Submit corner? It's games recommended as a forum in supporter general. My head seats ear cushion holding rubber disintegrated. Ew, no, I'm so sorry, not you. Did she say Among Us? I did say Among Us. The furry game. PlayStation 1 came out in 1995, if I recall correctly. Yeah. I feel like, I don't know a lot about N64 games, so I can't really say that much, but I feel like the landscape and story-wise... Oh, hello, Knife. Hold on, let's let Knife's bits go through. Thank you for the 200s.
Cheer 100, bits. Cheer 100. Hey girl, is that a third dimension in your pocket, or are you just happy to see us?
Oh my god, that's so bad. That's so dumb. Hello, Knife. It's nice to see you. Thank you so much for the 200 bits, by the way. And yes, I have quite the... Hold on, let me see if my movement will go through. No, it won't. Yes, you caught me. That was my little Z axis. Hold on, you guys can't see it, but there's like arrows pointing. Actually, there was. I don't think there is anymore because the setting. I made it so the camera focused on me, and I can spin like this. Wait, hold on a second. Get the shit out of the way. Yeah. Everyone, witness history. I'm gonna do something I've never done before, ever on stream. Okay, this is gonna be a weird angle. Ignore it. Okay, ignore that. Let me go far. Let me cook. Let me cook, everyone. Okay, I see I might run into a little bit of a problem. Maybe here? This is worse than Dead Space 2 space levels. Hold on. I'm gonna do something phenomenal. Everyone move to the left, okay? Everyone? You're gonna witness Something better than the first man landing on the moon. How do I get rid of the overlay? It'll go hiding for a second. Hold on, let me see. How do I rotate? Get me! I'm trying to get to my bed. I did it! I'm on my bed! It's more like my feet. My feet are the only thing not on the bed, and I'm still like in front of it because of the curtains. Ignore the curtains right now. Pretend there's no curtains. I'm finally, after 4 years of streaming, laying on my bed. Good night, bye! Bye, everyone! This was an amazing stream! I'm not putting my feet on the bed because then you're gonna get my boots to dirty the nice white sheets. There I am! I did it! We did it, everyone! Yay! We did it, Reddit! You're trying. You're on the ground. Shut up. No, I'm not. Hold on. Maybe if I rotate myself a little bit, I can get myself an even funnier angle. Maybe I can go this way. If I were to put myself accurately to how I... Oh, it won't let me... Okay, that's interesting. It only lets me do this and that. That's the farthest radius I can go. And then... Yeah. Okay, so I won't be able to sleep correctly. It's like I'm having a therapy session. Fucking Crush Dobby in the corner is so funny. It is kind of funny. So tell me about your childhood. You already had the thought about the therapist chair. That's so funny. All right, I tried. All right, let's not get distracted here. We did it, Reddit. Oh, that was so silly. Oh my god, it looks more... Okay. Well, it started when I was born. I always like to start little funny trauma dumps like that. It started when I was born. All right, everyone, hold on. Let me adjust myself again. Also, thank you, Chicken, for the being the podcast of the day today. We had a conversation, and now I have to orientate myself. Oh yeah, like I said, I want to go back into gaming, but like the 2000s and the 2010, because I think it'll be really cool. There's lots of stories that I feel are more... I feel like things got more story-driven, quote unquote, after like the PS1 GameCube, perhaps. That's my bias, though. I feel like something like Kirby's Adventure, the one on the N64, isn't as something that's drawing me into playing it really badly as compared to something like Kirby's Epic Yarn on the Wii, where I played it when I was a baby, and there was a cute little story mode that I got to play with my little brother on, and I like it. Maybe I won't play Kirby's Epic Yarn, but it's kind of like an example, because neither really has story. I don't think so, but it's something really cool that I think I would want to enjoy. I rediscovered nostalgia. Kirby 64 was stinky. Really now? You're rotating a lot. Yeah, I'm trying to fix my orientation, but I don't think it's gonna work. I love the rotation happening here. Yeah, hold on. I'm trying to like put things back. No, I love Kirby and 64. Uh-oh, there's gonna be beef in my chat now. What have I started? Would Game Boy/Game Boy Advance be considered? It depends, because I don't know what was made in the Game Boy Advance. As someone that played in the Wii, I found out very early on, a lot of the Wii games I played were just Game Boy... No, hold on. Maybe Game Boy. Actually, no. I confused the Game Boy with the GameCube again. I'm so sorry. Don't look at me. They both have game in their name, guys. I'm sorry. Don't look at me. I'm sorry. Wait, I'm stupid. I'm sorry. You said Game Boy, I thought GameCube. Yeah, a lot of Wii games I played were GameCube imports, if that's the right word. The way you were spinning around you is like we're playing a mosquito. Backup code design! Yeah, it looks so sick in the 3D. Look at that. It's so cute. Look at my sweater. How about that Game Gear? What's Game Gear? The back of Avi's head is pretty. Thank you. Look at it. Hold on. I'll let you slide down. Look. It looks awesome, right? Also, super right about the inside textures. They do carry on the hexagon. You're right. Oh, that's so interesting. Wrong on the color, though. That's fair. I need to get Jinx emotes back someday. Ooh, my condolences, Knife. I know exactly how you feel. The Sega Game Gear. I don't know anything about that. Let me see. What console was God of War? That seems like an Xbox kind of game. Not Gears of War, God of War. I always confuse those two. I confuse Warhammer, Gears of War, God of War, I already said Warhammer. The one with the robots, sexy robots, the pregnant robot. Gears of... That I already said Gears of War. Wasp of War. Does the toggle code work? It does, yes. God of War was PS4. PS4? The one with, like, Kratos? It was on the PlayStation 2! Oh, the new one. Okay. You scared me for a second. I was like, no way am I wrong. Every edition with Kratos. What do you mean? Oh, every edition is with Kratos. I meant the first one, my bad. Oh, you meant the OG. Yeah. I love how Arby is just yapping like nothing while she's just bouncing around like a screen. I'm like gonna do like boop. Boop. Yep. Ow. Kiss a chatter. I would do it to the pog chef of the day, but that's chicken today. No, I can't do it. British Obby fans be like, Arby! Hi, Abby. Hello. Also, hello, Brush. She's flying without wings. I am. Hello. I don't have any wings now. You mean we can see the actual wasp shoulder blades? We can. Yeah, Arby's. Can I get a... Yeah, Arby's. Can I get a French dip with a large curly fry? What the hell is a French dip? I didn't even know Arby's has that or that even exists as a concept. Let me get my toggle for the thing ready. Let me flip the reflection again, since now I'm not pointing at anything in the background. We can't believe now you got a kiss and we did. No, we didn't. No, I didn't make the sound, so it doesn't count. Flip mirror. There you go. Now it's back to normal. Hi. It was Chupai who got it. Boys, settle down. Stop fighting. Hello, Lycon. I'm sorry you came in on that. Have you guys... Oh, no, that's too much brain rot. I'm gonna show it to Lena and Lux to inflict the mental damage on them. Hold on. It's like, boys, settle down. You just gotta rap battle for my love. And it's so stupid. It's like stupid YouTube kids content slop where it's like there's Pomni, there's Jax, and then there's like a third character. No, I'm not gonna show it to you guys. You guys would actually think I'm cooked. You already know that, but it would extra confirm that. Do you know what I mean? Okay, there it is. I wanted to take out an image because I need it for my reference. Not you guys. I know you guys know it. Let's look at this together. I don't know. I feel like as a... Oh, don't look at that. I feel like as a Zoomer baby, I'm gonna call everything, including the Wii, retro, because that's just the kind of games I'm interested in. Yes, I am too much of a baby gamer to play something on the N64, but I don't know. It doesn't draw to me. Like something like Fatal Frame, where like it looks really dope and cool. And apparently it was on the Wii. It just wasn't translated to English, but a fan project did it. But that thing has a lot of history, so I'm not too certain if what I'm saying is like true or BS. I heard circus names? No. Banjo-Kazooie though. What is... Okay, that's true. I don't know what the hell a Banjo-Kazooie is. I know he was on the fighting game, you guys. The Mario, the Smash. I forgot. I'm starting to forget, chat. Yeah, I never knew who the hell Banjo-Kazooie was for a long time. You don't know Banjo-Kazooie? No, I only knew him when he came out on Smash. I'm a Nintendo baby, but I'm not a Nintendo nerd. I just played whatever was on the Wii and whatever I thought was cool. I only knew him because of Smash. If it wasn't for that, I would have never known if you showed me a picture of him. My goodness, she doesn't know what a Smash Brother is. Okay, I do know what a Smash Brother is. I do know what it is. I do know what Smash is. I just forgot the name for a moment because I'm getting old. Hold on, let me put you guys down. so that my presentation will look nice. Okay, OBS, do that too. Alright, fine. Fuck you then. Sega teaches me to never give up and see things through, even if I'm certain there will be a game over for real. Video games teach me a lot of stuff. I'm ready for the revolution. Hold on, I'm trying to do like a Harry Potter fan. Get your wands up, but I'm not gamer enough to know about that. Who the hell is she? Hold on, who the hell is this? She isn't 2D. No, I'm not. I'm 3D Avi today. All right, there you go. This looks even worse than what it was before. Let me just adjust it back. But yeah, I don't know what the heck a Crash Bandicoot is, admittedly. Wait, maybe I should put this... Maybe I should put this in the chat. And me on the right side. Sega taught me that if the screen gets lines on it, beat the machine like it's me wife. I like that you went pirate speak. How do you spell Avi with 3Ds? Avi's baby. I am baby. Alright. So there it is. Generation 1. By the way, isn't the name of Generation made by like a dude on Wikipedia? I feel like there was a conversation about that, but I can't find it. My thumb is gonna be weird, so don't look at it. You're gonna make me insecure. 1. Magnavox Odyssey and Coca-Cola Tesla. NES, Atari, Sega Master System. Okay, so this is 1986. Okay, so I got the timeline wrong. 3D. What the fuck is 3DO? What's an Atari Jaguar? I know it's Sega Saturn because of the ads you guys showed me. Sega Saturn. Sega Saturn. Sega Saturn. Something like that. I need to find it again. Damon showed me it. My only saving grace as a Zoomer is that older cousins force-fed me 80s through 90s games media. See, that's the thing I also think is interesting to have in the conversation. I spoke with my friend, and I was like, I don't know, I was too poor to get a to get a console growing up. And my friend was like, well, I was so poor, I got the hand-me-downs of consoles. So I grew up playing the GameCube before. I grew up with the Xbox 360 and a PlayStation 1, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. No one in my family is just gamer like that, except one cousin, because their family was well off compared to ours. I called them rich as a kid. Xbox 360, Slay. Yeah, Sega Ta Sanchiro. There you go. Thank you, Brushfire. Sega Ta Sanchiro. Sega Ta Sanchiro. Sega Ta Sanchiro. Something like that. I remember it. Avi, they're called the Sega Ta Sanchiro commercial. Thank you. Thank you. I couldn't get the beat right. OMG, DD Avi, hi! Hi, AK, hi, AK, hi, AK, hi, AK, hi, AK, hi, AK, hi, AK. Oh god, stop evolving. I can only keep up with so much of the lore. Maybe you just need to catch up, old man, even though you're not that much older than me. Wait, your name has the word 95 at the end. I never noticed that. So that means you're like 25. You're 30 years old now. Happy birthday. I've actually experienced B-17 bomber on the Intellivision. What the fuck does that mean? Screw that, PS3. We are the next home PC stuff. I don't know any of the console war, honestly, of conversations. You guys are maybe more from. Wait, oh no, I'm stupid. PlayStation 2 and the GameCube came out closer together than the GameCube and the PlayStation. And the N64 and the PlayStation. Huh, that's interesting. I know there was a lot of console war stuff going on during stuff. I have a Sinclair Spectrum ZX2. What the fuck is that? What the hell is a ColeVision? Okay, see these games. Oh, there it is, Intellivision. Someone was mentioning that earlier. Was that you? It plays games on an 8-track magnetic tape. Oh my god. Happy birthday, Avi! It's not my birthday, it's your birthday. I am E-Man. It sucks. We're getting old. You guys are not old. I know someone who had a birthday yesterday. Why did you put that cringe emote? Oh wait, no, that's a grin. It's not my birthday, but thank you. No Famicom? Yeah, I'm looking at this. I'm like, this doesn't have as much consoles as I thought it did. So let me get the another image. That'll probably be better. I just googled console history, but it is very expansive in the console development age. I'll show you what I mean. Okay, this is IMGR. Disgusting. I'm gonna have a shit ton of tabs. Yeah, no, let's not do that. Download? Maybe downloading it would be better. Undefined? Ooh, I love download files like that. Open file. Open file in the browser. And that someone was me. Wait, happy birthday, Hiru! Happy birthday, oh my goodness. What did you do for your birthday? You looked so disgusted at that idea. Why? Having a birthday is a good thing. Med check gore is obviously too deep now to numb the pain for real. I took my med check earlier, don't worry. My med check is scheduled at like 8 a.m. No reason, no rhyme or reason. I just wanted to. Hold on, let me see if it's gonna open without the Reddit. Fuck, okay. Open image in new tab. Reddit. Shut up, Reddit. Why is she so 3D? I want to have a 3D just chatting portion. All right, there it is. I found something that is very decent enough. There it is. I know it's Reddit. I'm sorry. Happy birthday, Hiru! Is it good when you are old? It is very good. I would say it's very good. Okay, hold on. So there is the Magnavox, Atari, Intellivision, Collect. What the fuck is Intellivision? I've never heard of that before. There's the NES. Okay, they skipped Famicom, so this might be older. Sega Genesis, SNES. Wait, SNES and NES are... Oh. I'm learning today. Every single time we talk about retro, I learn something new. Where's the Neo Geo? Yeah, I'm looking at this. Even this list isn't that inclusive, to put it lightly. The evolution of video... I mean, I guess here they probably involve, like, evolution-wise, rather than every console. Did you not know they were different? Yeah, I'm a baby. Where's the Atari 5200? Is there... Okay, I don't want to ask how different the Atari is from throughout the generations. Who the fuck owned Intellivision? Please, Avi. I don't want to go to the retirement home. Shibano, you're fine. You're not that old. Avi's such a cute baby. Why am I getting kisses? I don't mind it though. Damn, how many Ataris are there? Yeah, I'm like, why were there 2,000 units? Intellivision owned Intellivision. Damn, I never heard about them before. It's missing a bunch of portable devices. Hold on, let's go through. What the?
Christ, parasocial! You need to log off!
Why'd you call me parasocial? It was not seeing the Atari 780 800 everywhere. Take it up with this Redditor, okay? Not me, chat. PlayStation. What the fuck is Genesis? Mega Drive 2? Nintendo 64 and 64, Game Boy Color, PlayStation 2. Okay, yeah, what the fuck? They skipped a whole bunch. Okay, let's go. Let's fuck. Game Boy Advance. Wait, Game Boy Advance came out after the Game Boy Color and not...
You're ugly. You're disgusting. I'm gonna kill you.
Wait, they
Give
came
me
out the same
$200.
year? Because Abby says she didn't mind getting kisses. Okay, that's fair. UK here, I've known someone who had an Intellivision. I myself had an Atari 600 XL and then an Atari 65XE. That naming convention is so confusing, dude. Hi, Fuzzy. We're talking about gaming consoles again, which is always a good idea to do in front of an older audience. Avi, hast thou laid your eyes upon the Atari Jaguar? No, but that sounds kind of sexy, so I'm going to look it up right now. That thing better be like in stripes and pattern. What the fuck? Oh my god. Why did I giggle like that? Hold on, let me turn off the overlay. Oh, I just finished building a Game Boy Color yesterday. Game Boy Cube. I think I need to be shot on site.
Gave 100 bits.
Hi, Evan. Oh my god. Thank you so much for the 100 bits.
Have some bits.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that a lot. It very much was not sexy. That's fair. I've never seen this before. What the? This is interesting. What am I looking at? Oh, 3DO. We saw that mentioned somewhere once. Panasonic. Interesting. Huh. But that's cool. You built your own Game Boy Color. Look up its controller. That one? What is this? Okay. Wait. There it is. What the hell am I looking at? Hold on. We're gonna need to enhance. I don't see the CDI either. Cisco phone-ass controller. Abby, will you have a proboscis when you molt? I don't know what a proboscis is, but let me know what that is, ladies. I want to know more about the molting process of bugs. Hey, Abby, look at the Phantasy Star Online GameCube controller. Okay. What the hell are those numpads? God, I love this. I love this so much. I'm starting to understand why people adopted a claw grip. Yeah, that thing looks kind of... What the fuck did I copy and paste? That thing does look a little bit painful, to put it lightly. It's the little straw that lots of bugs have, like butterflies. Like the cocoons? Oh, wait, the straws, the tongue. No, I never thought about... Oh my fucking god. Oh, I accidentally put the word obvi in the Google results. Hold on. It understood what I was trying to look up. Oh my fucking god, that is a keyboard. What am I looking at? This is horrendous. This is absolutely horrendous. Why don't they just Bluetooth their keyboard, chat? Why doesn't they just... I'm gonna sound terrible. Hold on, guys. Let me sound controversial for a second. Why? I can't do this. Why do they have a whole controller that's basically a keyboard? Why don't they just plug the USB of their keyboard onto the controller, the console? Duh. Blah. PSO was an MMO on the GameCube, so you needed some way to type out the... Oh my fucking god. And hold on. And I just realized that the controllers are still in the far left and right. Oh my goodness, this is horrendous. But it didn't have a network adapter. What the fuck does that mean? Yeah. I had to like manually click for these expressions, by the way. I don't have a keybind in them for some reason. The GameCube didn't have a USB port. Oh wait, it did have a network adapter. My bad. Wait, so it could have... Wait, so it had Wi-Fi? Luckily, the emulators allowed keyboard use, so you don't need it. Damn it! That would be handy for my company gaming setup. Now you know what to look for. Oh my god, this is the GameCube controller library. I believe the optimal way to play this is laying on your lap. This, okay, low-key though, I will say, having this far off, like in the center, kind of looks comfy. Like, you're sitting, you put this on your lap, and then you just press the buttons, and they're like good shoulder length apart. Because like when you play with the controller, you have your elbows more inwards. Maybe this is just me talking bullshit. Like, oddly ergonomic. Yeah, exactly. It has the whole thing. That's kind of funny. This is great. Riddle me this. How can I send my 1 kilobyte message to IRC and Melee at the same... Okay, I don't fucking know what this language is anymore. Back when internet connections were still measured in baud. I don't even try to explain to me how Bluetooth and internet and communication works on the age before this, or the age during this. I will not have any idea what you're talking about. I'm sorry. You can try it now. Hold your keyboard like a controller while yapping. Oh god, wait, I like that there's still the little handles at the end too. Like you're gonna hold this and lift this up. That's funny. Weirdly convenient. This would make it not comfortable to lay down on the desk, so it has to be on your lap. But typing in your lap is a nightmare. Also, how heavy is this? It works pretty similar. Things just got faster and faster. I assume so, but I don't know how it works in the first place. like why internet goes like landlines. Don't try to explain it. I'm so stupid. Wow. It reminds me of those baby play console just for adults like Avi, for real. I kind of... I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't need it. What does the cables look like at the end? Oh, they're those little circle things. Like what you put in regular controller. That's weird that thing still, you know, holds up. Kind of like USB. Data. Ugh, scary! PS2. Oh, they're kind of like, are they square or circular? I'm trying to look at the ends. My first keyboard, now selling fast at Toys R Us. Okay, I think it's really funny that, like, people try to make technology into things for babies. I had the Barbie keyboard, computer, the Barbie laptop. Hold on. I think it was Barbie. Barbie laptop. Or either that or Leapfrog. No, yeah. It was a Barbie laptop. I think it is... Oh, that is a terrible image. Something like this. What the fuck? I think it's so funny how technology... I don't know if this is a toy from now or back then, but there would be these educational... Oh my god, this is a bilingual laptop. Wait, hold on. It's probably dog shit for learning Spanish, but this is bilingual. Wait, hold on. I can buy this right now. Oh, it's $50? Only $50? Oh, but this mouse looks so shit. And probably the keyboard interface. Anyways, I always wanted this. Me too, dude. I had like, I don't know which one I had exactly, but I always think it's so funny that the screen is the tiniest thing in the world. Microscopic compared to everything around it. They're like, the children need to have decorations all around, but a teeny tiny little 8-bit like screen. Like, this is pixels. Hold on. This is all pixel. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Aw, but and then there's like so much text in here. I wonder what it says. Still better than an HP laptop. Oh god, that kind of scares me. Hold on. Look, it doesn't even have color. It's like the green and black interface. That's so funny to me. Jesus Christ. The hardware is more advanced than like the software. And it even has a little thing so you can close it, and it has a hole right there. I don't know how that works. But yeah, I always wanted one of these as a kid. I think my cousin had it, not me. And another thing I wanted was like a cashier register setup. My sister had one of those. I kept stealing and playing for myself. That's so funny. Yeah, it's the size of a laptop, but screen of a Game & Watch. Wait, what's a Game & Watch? I know that's a character in... Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god, wait, this is microscopic. Wait, guys, I never knew what a Game & Watch is. What the... Whoa. This thing is tiny. Look at the way this man is holding on to this. Oh my goodness. Worth it? ¿Vale la pena comprar o novo Game & Watch? ¿Qué es novo? Did you steal it from your cousin? No, no. No. That's interesting. I've never seen a Game & Watch before today. I knew this. What the? Anyways, what was I saying? Yeah, this thing looks tiny as hell. Aw, there's little cute inserts. Ah, I will say I do like the little cartoony styles this guy has. He's so friendly. There's this one TikTok of this woman who is in love with Game & Watch, like unironically. That is her husband. And she has like a bunch of fan art with him that she drew for herself and like so much merch of him. Like she loves him. That's her husband. I love that for her. That I'm no shame. No shame. She's happier than all of us combined. For a fictional character. I wonder what that's like. Wait, I'm gonna look over there. Tell me if I look away from chat. I don't. It like constantly looks at you guys, right? That's interesting. It was called Fire Attack. How old is the Game & Watch? That's a good question. Let me look that up myself. You're constantly looking at the sides. I think it's trying to look at the camera. Well, actually, no, you're right. You're probably right. How old 3, 4. What the fuck? Report rev forgery. How old is the Game and Watch? 1980. 44 years old. Almost as that Rora image. I didn't know the Rora emote has come from an emoji. I thought that was just hers. Shifty eyes. Very early 80s. Yeah, 1980. Like literally 1980. That's crazy. Back to consoles though. Like I said, there's so many consoles on the market that it's hard for people to just put a complete gaming history, console history. So what I'm gonna do is just everything past 1990. 1990 and past, because there's so much even before then. Maybe even 1995. I'll limit it to 1995, maybe. Let me see if that brings a better result. Kinda. Eh. Back when you bought a game with only one game programmed on it. That is insane. Oh, you bought a console with just a game, one game. That's insane. It's like arcade but smaller than, huh? I wonder if the Wonder Swan will be there. I don't think so, buddy. Oh. She keeps turning to the right more and more. 10 minutes more and we'll get the backseat pop. Okay, I'll go here then. I want to sandwich myself. I just want to put like something in the middle. In the middle for the stuff I'm showing you. But I don't know. I'm interested in different layouts I want to do in the future. Can you just make it so you're constantly rotating? I could, if I could figure out a way to just make it just yeah, like a microwave. Hold on, Chad, I got an idea. Transparent. Open. Open. Policía. Policía. Wrong way. Policía afuera. My arms are long. Policía afuera. Okay. Twirling. Rotisserie wasp. Okay, hold on. I got the funniest idea. Policía. It looks like I'm asking for the police. Policía afuera. What is bro doing? Let me cook. Okay, I'm gonna try something. My model will probably do something really weird, alright? Just let me cook. Literally, let me cook. Hold on. Let me... I don't know if you guys can hear that noise. Sit? Okay. I'm here. I don't want to sit here. This is weird. This will work. This will work. Will it track my face? It tracks my feet! Oh, I can wiggle. I'm like wiggle. Oh, hold on, Chad. I can wiggle my toes. Oh, this is sick. Okay, close your legs, girl. Oh, hold on. Stop. Okay, I'm going this angle. Never mind. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Okay, get ready. Toe enjoyers, where are you at? Look, I can wiggle it though. Oh, I can cross my legs. Hold on, let's see if I can still wiggle. I can like... This is a very good like art reference pose. That's my streamer. Okay, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. All right, hold on. And then let's see. Sit 3. I can do this. This is my default pose. I don't like the default right arm pose. We just hang out in the just chatting stream and it's just here. Peak content. Actual peak content. What the? The microwave being on while the door is open seems unsafe. Is it unsafe to open and microwave something? Who knew Avi would be microwave before Chia? Hold on, let me see the sit 4 position. Most of them have too much leg for me to like. Like this one, I like this one. It's very compact. Meow. I have a very hunched back. That's funny. Nope, it's just a psyop. Hold on. Is it this? Hold on. Maybe I can adjust it so my legs are straight. Nope. Wait, what is my left hand, right hand doing? This one, right? Oh, I look so cute. I look cute. Hi. Hi, chat. I look... One order of wasp coming right up. Hold on, let me get me in optimized position. Hold on. I want to make sure all sides are even. Hold on, let me see if I can try to make myself lay down. Okay, this is good. This is good. Turn around. Hold on. Okay, it doesn't seem like I gotta do like this. She don't even know her 3D toggles. It was never used. This is from a different program that I'm figuring out. This is funny. This just means that the 3D Avi is gonna be better. Hold on. Let me do this then. This is the only one that'll work. Alright. Hi guys! Yeah. Ah! Okay, I can't do a full spin. Oh fuck, it's getting faster. Whee! There, that's about as much as I did. Alright, that was fun. That was a fun little brain exercise. I hope you all like that. Oh god. Well, at least the non-ad watchers could enjoy that little moment before the P ad running. Maybe the ad running. Okay, yeah. So it seems that... Hold on. Wait. Transform. Edit transform. No bounce. Stretch to bounce? No. No bounce. Center? Okay, that looks horrible. Oh! Okay, I think I know what it could be. Transform. Edit transform. Transform. Fit the screen. Can you lock those dogs away? Alright, fine. Hi, Avi. Get cooked. Get cooked, Avi. What's eye shape balance? Oh, don't do that. Oh, this like makes me move. That's interesting. This is like how I move IRL. I can't stay still. What's standby? Hold on, let me see what it does to my body. It like makes me wiggle my arms. That's funny. NPC looking ass. I want to see which one makes me look like the most like a GTA gamer. Or GTA NPC. And then let me... That's weird. Okay. I'll need to figure that out later. Wow! I hope you like this content. This is very fun. This is entertaining for me. I like having my glasses down too. Can you do a kick? Oh, I'm so lazy. I'm so comfy. I'm sitting down. I'm so relaxed, so chill. It's in a cold season. Ugh, you want me to get out from my chair? You want me to move my legs and move around and get my heart pumping and my blood flowing? And I'm so comfy. I'm so comfy. And now you can enjoy this in 2K. Okay. All right, Abby. Gotta head to work. Peace and love. Bye, CRT. It was nice seeing you. $5 and she'll do. Shut up. Okay, hold on. Let me see what else. Your heart what is pumping what? My heart is pumping. My blood pumping. Okay, what stands simple? Oh boy. Okay, there you go. We're gonna stick to this then. I do like the where was it? The number 4 sitting pose. There. She's in heat? What the hell are you talking about? Also, what the hell is my left arm doing? Ew! Who rated? Who gurgled? I hate that sound alert, but I also love it. Hello, Kelby, welcome! Welcome. Today we're doing a 3D yapping stream. We're also doing yapping about what I'm considering for future gameplay. Welcome, welcome. My name is Avi. I'm a Mexican honey wasp who just happen to like hexagons. This is gonna be like the standstill position, I think. Let me see if I can do this. Yeah! Close enough to what I was trying to do. Oh wait, no, that's default. Hello! You were playing Super Autopad. How was your stream, by the way? I hope it was very good. I'm gonna be floating on nothing, so I hope you don't mind. I'm not gonna control the feet again. You guys do not deserve that. I'm trying to see what position I like. I like this position. It's very cute. Very cutesy. Very cutesy. Hold on, I'm trying to tilt it correctly, but I'm kind of a gamer. I'm not a gamer. Show Kelby the ballet. I am not doing that. I am not doing that for a man. She was fun. I drank Monster Cube. What the fuck is a Monster Cube? Wait, why are you crying? We were supposed to hear something with the raid, or am I going deaf? Oh! Was it not played through? Do you want me to play it again? I'll play it again. This obby crossing the leg, looking down on us. I'm trying to figure it out. Hold on. Oh, this is intense. This is crazy. Ballet, please? No, you don't want to see ballet. You got developed toe jiggles and not gonna show. Okay, fine. I'll showcase the toe wiggles. Okay, let me go far enough. I think this is a good space. Okay. So there's this thing, right? Let me show this one. Okay, pay attention. Your toe giggles? Okay, hold on. Okay, so this is not gonna... Okay. That is very, very bad. Okay. Okay, let me go far. I think it was this one. If I orient like this, I can wiggle my toes. And that is so weird. Hold on, let me orient myself more to that side. You see it more when I'm like... Stop that, Swanee! Okay, hold on. I like that it goes like... It looks like the Kermit face. Hold on, can I bend it upwards too? I don't think... It can kind of do it, but I had to like... I can close my legs because I am a child of God. Okay, my legs are freaking out. Stop that right now, criminal scum! Avi, if it makes you feel better, I have no interest in your feet. Thank you! I do feel a lot better for that. Thank you. Hold on. My boots do look really epic, I will say. I am gatekeeping where I bought these from. I like what it does. Ooh, good thing I don't have a foot redeem. Maybe for the second model I will. Avi, if it makes you feel worse, I am down bad for your toes. Well, that's a shame because you can't even see them. Look at that. Okay, like I can like cross my legs like this. I can do... Let's see if I can... Yeah, I can like... Hold on. Where are you, Chow? I'll use my imagination. Now obvious how to be with Chow that said that, huh? Wait, yeah, with Chow said that, right? Oh, now obvious gonna think I said that. Sniff, sniff, sniff. All right, down dog. Okay, hold on. Let me go back to my cooler pose. I like this pose. This one's cool. I'm gonna talk like this now. Is she stepping on us? I was. Alright, that's my laundry alarm. Anyways, it's nice to see you, Raiders. Calvi, if you need to log off, that's okay. That's totally okay. Hold on. Let me get off the jacket, too. Nice. Lit. Don't get witch elf barking again. Don't worry, I won't. Okay, hold on. Where is the jacket? Enter expression. There you go. This is me without the jacket. Some of you guys may not have been able to see it like ever. Oh, my elbows move too. It moves a little too much for my liking. I'm guessing that's why. I'm guessing I'm wondering if there's a way for me to alter it, but it probably looks better on this side. Like, no, it doesn't. I had so much caffeine. I am very much so on right now. No. Oh no, Calvi, you're gonna be staying up all night. Do you have any plans for what you're gonna do with this energy? Or are you just like, I am going to lay in bed and start shaking? There you go. Hi guys. I do like my present. Oh, my elbow is too far out. Hold on. Like, this is my elbow. Also, nice 3D. Thank you. I don't take it out a lot to showcase it too much, so I should probably do that. I want to do more 3D for every yapping stream. I think it keeps the brain stimulated. Who designed your outfit anyways? A lot of people did, so it's really hard to say just one. Seaboating helped out a bunch. I created a lot of the shirt design you see right here. Because I am a woman that loves women, I'm like, why hasn't anyone ever done a hexagon boob window? And then I drew the hexagon boob window, like, in different angles, and I'm like, okay, I fucking see why. This is the most difficult shape ever. Like, worse than a circle. And then, what was I gonna say? And then I handed it off to Seaboating, who was like, hello, Seaboating, look at this. Would you like to help me design it? I didn't have as much detail on the jacket at all. Seaboating did a lot. Seaboating did a pocket. Seaboating did the word wasp. Seaboating did the arm sleeve design. They're really asymmetrical. And then the sweater design here, I gave it to Wenbeans. 3D model, is nice. Hold on, the blower's going on. I can't tell. Nice. Yeah. And then the 3D model, the 3D model. Let me find the artist for the 3D model. It's been a fat minute. Hold on. Twitter.com. Hexagon boob window. It's Hexagon boob window. I've never gotten that message. That's so unhinged. That's okay. You're gonna pass. What was gonna say? Yosua. Hold on. Let me link them. And yet you wear it so well. I do. I'm gonna miss this design a lot. It's so peak. It's so peak. Okay, let me put off the jacket. Okay, so my elbows are gonna look a little messed up. Oh, look, there's a little bit of a tummy squish. A little bit of it. That's interesting. Sorry, I put it way too close to your face. That's funny. I have the gamer line. Wait. I have a gamer line. Do you see it? Don't look at my left arm right now. That's cute. I didn't notice that. Hexagon boob window is a 10/10 idea. Thank you. Nice physics. Thanks. I feel like with more depth, Avi got more booba too. Like you can see a bottomless pit at some angles. Like this one? Hold on. Well, I don't want to flash anyone. Like this one? Yeah, you can like see the... I know what you mean. Like there's empty space in there for a pencil. Did you always have a bracelet? Yeah, I do. Right there. This is also a very scary angle. Anatomy. This looks like... Oh, my hand looks extra fucked in here. I think it's just because there's no way to... the gloves are a little bit too... Not, I wouldn't say they're too flat, but it's a little bit harder. Hold on, let me see if I can fix my elbow. No, it's gonna be like that. It's a pocket. My boob, yeah. That's for my wallet. So cool! Shout out to Yosua for working hard on the hexagon boob window at 2 a.m. Yeah, I bet this was a very nice design. I was very lucky to have them. Hold on. I think I'm getting the angle. Hold on. Let me go here. There! This is a nicer angle. We need to make a fan game with my model. A fan game is a lot of commitment, a lot of concentration, and a lot of focus. Plus, with the new Avi coming out soon. Sorry, I'm just looking at me now. I'm objectifying me. Hello, baked potato JPEG. I like that it's a JPEG. Usually, I see names like with the image format be PNG. Thank you, Yosua. Yosua is very awesome. Hold on, I want to see this with my jacket too. With the sleeve on, you can't. It's not as funky looking with my left arm. It still looks a little weird because of the capture, motion capture. Anyways, check it off. There you go. This looks like the pose I give to like... Hold on, my head's like tilting. Oh, I know, it's going the opposite, that's why. Don't pretend like Avi doesn't like commitment. Can you stop round kicking? Ugh, I'm trying to angle it the way I like it. Hold on, let me change the camera. Maybe Wadu though camera will be interesting. I'm sorry if I'm making people dizzy. I'll stay still. Camera. I'll make it so main properties. Controls. Free look. Oh, that didn't let. Okay, there you go. So now I could have a bit more control, but it's a little... It sends me to space. Where's the stupid little... Okay, hold on, let me see it. Camera... Currently, any Xbox? No, don't do that. Hi, Avi! Late Kelvin Raid. Woo! Hello, Sid! It's nice to see you. I'm a little 3D right now. Look at me. I look cool, right? Hold on. Maybe it's Alt? This thing, because we're in space, is a little too crazy. Sid! I see. I love how you... Okay, there you go. This is a nicer angle. I can't tilt it anymore because... This? Okay, yeah, I have space problems. There you go. It's like I'm sitting next to Chad. Avi got diagnosed with 3D. Tragic. Hold on. I have to sit on Chad's box for a second. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna figure this 3D thing out like the freeform way. I get so lost. I think the other way was way better camera-wise, for my brain. Hold LM, orbit around, use the scroll wheel to zoom, and hold MM to pan. Yeah, that sounds about right. I think this one is way better for me. Magnet, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Okay, we had an open discussion about this. Okay, and now we're... There you go. Okay. I won't play around with it no more. Ugh! Now I lost the angle I liked. Avi keeps buzzing around on the screen. Make her stop. Okay, hold on. Turn her into a Fumo and spin. Hold on. There you go. Okay, I'll do it like this. No more touching. No more touching. We did the microwave bit already. No, we did it. You missed it, Sid. You already did a microwave bit. You'll need to look back on the clips for that. All right. Okay. Now that we're done with the microwave bit, let's get on to some serious gamer time. Like I was saying before, I think that I should limit games to things that are a little bit easier to emulate. For now, I don't want to go into like something like Castlevania, which is going to take me years to play through. That's my limit, like I said, with games. Probably like starting GameCube, PlayStation 1, and and beyond. Like 1995 maybe is probably going to be the limit of games starting point, unless there's something that's like 1994 that came out that was super interesting. I think we should do it more. Avi's not cooked properly. It almost looks like Avi was leaning up against the chat window, but then suddenly showed cleavage shot, and now I don't know which shot to root for. Yeah, you don't want to do a bad timed message where you send out a yeah and it's like me accidentally flashing you. Oh, you picked the classics. Yeah, I wanna get started on those games. Like from those. There's like a name of that generation. According to this image, it's called Generation 5 and 6. The way it's formatted, my brain hurts. 5 and 6, quote unquote. I don't know who put those limits on, but it's not me. Can someone add Fahrenheit to the list? I can't find the thread on Discord for real. Okay, it's a forum post, but if you need help figuring it out, Pythagorean, hell yeah. Now we just need a blog-like animation of Avi wandering into a retro game store and getting sensory overload, being unable to figure out where to start. If you can send me like an image of like a retro gaming store, like I need a really good image so that I can wander around I can figure out how to wander around the shelves looking for it, if that makes sense. It's like in the entrance door angle. Hold on, let me try to think how to Google this. GameStop entrance. I'm gonna use GameStop since that's a very popular like shop. So there's probably like a bazillion images. Oh, that one looks doggy. Something like, oh, that's so tiny. Why is this image so small? Maybe multiple angles will definitely help. Maybe something like this. I don't know. I don't know what kind of image would work. Pinged your boomer ass. Okay, hold on. OBS, Windows. That's the sun I'm looking at. Okay. So like Gen 5. Ooh. What the hell are those emotes? Is that boy kisser? Recolored? That's so funny. Maybe like this image, It is. I recognize boy kisser because everyone's sending you that meme, and I don't know why. I don't know why people think of me when they see that meme. Okay, let's go here. Didn't GameStop gone bankrupt? Probably. But I was talking about like images. Open image, new tab. Okay, this is better. So like if I can get like a retro store to have an image like this where there's like lots of space in here, in here, in here, I could probably edit it so that this thing goes for like in a top layer. I could sandwich myself in between. I can have my head sticking out there. I can look in the case over here. I just posted several photos of my previous job to you, Avi. Oh, hold on. Like you mean in general? Like you just post them in general? I mean like a good angle like this so I can like utilize the heck out of one photo. Like right now I could just go in. Look, I'm sitting on the shelves. I'd be such a cute little figure. Look at me. I'm so tiny. And then I'm like, I'm one of those motherfuckers that are gonna sit on the floor. Okay, I'll make this the angle now. What was I saying? Stream discussion. Oh, gotcha. Thank you. Okay, that was my second guess, but I didn't scroll up. There you go. Thank you. Oh my god, wait, these are very good poses. This is very good. The third one is a really good one. The second one I think would be funny. Would it be okay to even use this photo? I'm like, actually, nah. If you say it's okay, then I'll use it. I don't know about the first one. The second was a very good photo too. I can just show up in the entrance. Where was it? The third one is very solid. Yeah, it's fine. They're literally from the website. Okay, gotcha. I'm like, I don't want to dox your location, but if you dox that guy, I'm like, well, you don't work there anymore, right? I'm technically over the NDA period, so screw it. Yeah, I remember that you said it was your previous job, so okay, you don't work there anymore, so it's completely safe. I'll just use it then. Gee, free advertisement for them. I wish I could have done that while you were still there. Because then I'd be like, keep this guy because he's going to keep your store alive with one weird trick. Anime girl. They still get my business anyways. Oh, that's good. I'm glad you have good relations with them. GameStop back rooms. Anyways, folks, if you ever go to Virginia, Oh, you're in Virginia. Hold on. That's awesome. We were just talking about how that's the one state in America I always forget in the 50 states quiz. Previous company. And Jax, you can come back anytime. We will be waiting you with open arms. Hold on. I feel like I saw a message. Here in the UK, we saw, we have CEX. One letter away from nothing. Which buys and sells games, tech, DVDs, etc., which is GameStop, but with all the depression, with all of the depression and desperation of a Philadelphian pawn shop. That's really funny, Jay. Thank you for describing me that wonderful experience. I work for the city now. Okay, thanks. And then I dab on them. Avi forgets Virginia, but always remembers West Virginia. Okay, AK, I'll give you one guess for why West Virginia sticks in my mind. One guess. People do generally pronounce it sex. Okay. So I'm not the first to make the joke. We don't have franchises here. That's could either be a good thing or a bad thing. That's funny though. Nice background. Thank you. I'm using GameStop. But now that I know I don't have to use GameStop. Oh my god, I want to get like a GameStop like image of me looking around and then like standing in the Funko Pop wall. As in, let's go buy that Buffy box set at the sex shop. That's really good. I mean, to be fair, if they didn't want to be called sex, why are they initiate? Why are their initials CEX if it's just computer exchange? Like they knew what they were doing EX. Hey kid, you want some Funko Pops? I'd rather die than get a Funko. Because funny. No, they knew what they were doing. Is it the country song? Absolutely. Oh, I can lift up my shoulders too. It looks a little bit intimidating. Can I lift one shoulder? Oh yeah, I forgot I'm on Anyways. No, but seriously, this location I worked at still has the best trade value for anything you give it, be for store credit or cash, and they can fix either your game system or even old school Pokemon game cartridges so you don't lose your saves. That's very good. Honestly, I feel a little sad because I know in California there's also a lot of really good retro places as well. Otherwise, I'd be like, hey Jax, can they send over my DS that looks absolutely ass blasted to you so they can repair it? It works software wise, but I'm scared that there's gonna be a implosion in the battery sooner or later. It has like a black, I wouldn't say it's mold, it's not mold. Something inside of it leaked or something, but everything looks fine and I don't know what it is, and I'm super sure it's causing radiation. I'm not super sure. It's probably some interesting thing. It's not mold. Mold looks like spores. Okay, now that I say that, okay, as long as the inside doesn't have bugs or anything alive, they take it in for repairs. That's good. I'm guessing that the only shipping problem would be like the fact that I'm in the West Coast, but other than that, it should be fine. Intimidating or intimate. It's not mold. Laptop secondhand horror story. I kind of want to look that up. I think before I fully converted to PC gaming, the last thing I brought from GameStop was a tiny Jolteon plush that still sits on my desk. I think that was pre-pandemic. Oh god. That's interesting that like now you're into PC gaming. I do have a local GameStop. I think it might be closing down soon. But I thought about like getting physical copies now that I'm an adult with adult money. I'm kind of holding on for the Switch. Okay guys. Okay. Who's holding on for the Switch too? I think most people here might have just the Switch, actually. I kind of want to make my first console buy the Switch too, and maybe I'm stupid consumer, but it looks so bad. It looks like it's gonna break. Like the way the controllers are no longer the old system. I want it, and I know it might be faulty. Everyone looked at that trailer and thought, okay, there's a fault in that physical system. Something's gonna shatter. Don't give that to an actual child. But I kind of wanted PC Master Race. Agreed. Don't tell anyone though. GameStop shut down in Ireland 2 years ago today. Oh, I'm so sorry for you. If it makes you feel better, my Joanne's is gone forever. My thumb is still floating in there. Hi. Don't look at me. Stop. Okay. During the Gulf War, a bomb exploded a Game Boy, and the Game Boy still works today. We used to be a country. We used to be a country. I mean, I say that, but Nintendo was imported from Japan. Exported from Japan. I don't know what the word works. Switch is not worth the price to play the ass Nintendo games. It's not. It's so not worth it. But I could play Splatoon 3. Not me. I think my Switch was last charged 3 years ago. Oh, can I have it for free? Just kidding. What was I gonna say? No, you're probably gonna sell yours, huh? And their show be only one GameStop standing, like the legends foretold. Oh god, hold on, let me take a sip. But that is funny, Damon, that we have results. Wait a minute, the Gulf War was during the existence of the Game Boy? I need to Google something. This is gonna show my American. The Gulf War? The Gulf of Mexico, previously the Gulf of America, previously known as the Gulf of Mexico. Oh, Jesus Christ. Of course. Okay, I see what's going on. You're gonna play Splatoon one time, and that's 1991. Jesus fucking Christ. Hold on, let me see if it's in the wiki. Game Boy. Dang it. It has earned the nickname Video Game War. The conflict marked the introduction of live news broadcasts from the front lines of the battle. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. After the daily broadcast of images from cameras on board American military aircraft during Operation Desert Storm. I'm not reading this. I'd give you my Switch, but I needed to play 30-year-old fighting games with my wife. Yeah, save your Switch, of course. Nintendo loves war. Don't say that. Also, hi, Modern. That one I almost thought was a witch owl code in messages. Somehow you gotta call in the airstrike after a kill streak. You can just Google Game Boy bomb and get your answer. Yeah, I don't know why I thought it would be in the wiki. Bomb. Oh my god! Wait, it's real! Cute Game Boy! That one, I want to put that in my mouth. Hold on, this isn't relevant to the conversation, but I want to put this in my mouth. Even down to like the little hearts being a little glitter. Oh, I'm such a zoomer, I'm sorry. Anyways, here it is! I'm sorry, I'm like this. Silence was... No! Not the AIs. Shut up! Yes, I'm clipping my own shit. Nintendo was one of the few companies that didn't do any shady crap during World War II. They just made board games for kids. But then again, they could just be really good at hiding what they did. Who knows? Also, hi, Konal. I liked your rant on the Discord you had yesterday. I know you apologized. Never apologize. I thought it was interesting history. Is the owner okay? That's a good question. Damon? Isn't there a thing where you can imagine what feels like licking it or something? I have no idea what you're talking about, KJ. My bread when I leave it inside the toaster for too long. Ew, this shit is... Oh my god, it actually does still work. And it's the Game Boy, so it's like the green thing. Wow. Ooh, say goodbye to the iconic What happened? Why are we saying goodbye? Huh? We asked if the owner was still alive. The screen had to be replaced, but it's still powered on. It was returned to Nintendo's headquarters in Redmond, Washington. So it's no longer in Nintendo, New York. It's in Nintendo's headquarters. The motherboard was exposed. Hold on. Oh, wait. We can read more about it. First look at Johnny Kage, Shao Kahn, and Kita... Wait, the movie? No. So it's no longer in a museum. No, it's in the quarter. Johnny what? Johnny Kage. I'm pronouncing his name wrong on purpose. Trust. The sequel to the garbage movie. Hold up. Hold up. Let's let them cook. It might be just like the Mario. Oh no, the Sonic movie. Maybe they'll cook. Maybe they'll cook like the Minecraft movie is cooking right now. Just kidding. Don't listen to me. Oh whoa. Yeah, throw that shit. Hold on. No, go to the back of my head. Okay, yeah, no, it doesn't want to figure it out. Oh, I forgot there's weirdos. Hold on, let me put the jacket on first. Hold on. It could be cinema. Chicken jockey. Yeah, we love the chicken jockey, right, guys? We love the cute little baby zombie. And not the moneymaker that could have been the bee. I mean, okay, I'm saying that. Yeah, no, I'm committing to that. Yeah, the bee is the marketable one. There was another thing I thought was cute. Not the sheep. I kind of think the wolves are cute, but like in the plushie form that I saw from the... Stop! Okay. What time is it? 12:30. It's only 12:30. Jesus fucking Christ. I've only been streaming for 30 minutes. 1 hour and 30 minutes. You should watch the Game Boy scene from the 2023 film Tetris. I didn't know they had a film. Med check. Don't worry, I only take my meds at 8:30 a.m. now. But if I told you I skipped them, I will let you guys know. As in, like, I forgot to take them earlier because I wake up late or something. Sorry, I'm looking. Oh dear God. You can see, like... Actually, I don't want to draw attention to it. I was about to freak out if it really was 30. Oh, 12:36 p.m. Holy fucking shit, muscle. Okay, you saw it. All right, which I'll let it out. Hope we dump the math major lore for the next model. Armpit Shooter. I don't have concerns about the durability of the Switch 2 after this. Really? Put another bomb on it. No. What are we talking about? I'm freaking out. Howdy, hello Sierra. It's nice to see you. I don't know if I said hi already. Unironically, I think I'm gonna have to double down on the math major stuff over the summer. It'll be great. What's the thing with the armpits, dudes? With armpits, dudes? Well, you see. Actually, I don't want to argue for them. Summer school. Pretty much. Well, it's not summer school. It's more so... whatever. Whatever. We're not talking about math right now. Steam is on a warpath. What are you on about? In 1991, the original Game Boy was nearly destroyed in a barracks bombing during the Gulf War. Its plastic casing got scorched by the fire, the motherboard was exposed, and the A and B button were melted along with the D-pad button. All damages that rendered the toy useless. And it's not a toy, IGN. How dare you? It is a console. Different things. Hello, I'm a new chatter. Can you wave? Hi, new chatter. Hi. Oh, I look so baby. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God, you did fucking armpit reading, didn't you? Wait, the Wii is a retro now? I'm so old. Yeah, the Wii can be considered retro. I consider it retro, in my opinion. Because it came out in, like, what, 2004? No, the DS came out in 2004 or 2006. I don't remember. Wait, I can do the eyebrow raise. Hold on. Character. What just happened? Don't worry about it. Naya was being a freak. Also, I don't wave that high. Oh, I remember that command. 07. Anyways, oh my fucking God, why were 5 messages deleted? Hold on. Reason, 2 Pythagorean cup vanished in a puff of smoke. You did that too? Exclamation point pick cam. You're weak. You're weak and a coward. Axila. Hold on. Was it this one? This one like extends my mouth. It scares me. This one also extends my mouth. Hold on. It's because I have to exit the What did this change? Hold on. Let me take off my glasses. This is my serious face, which is kind of scary. And then this is my content face. Okay, I just look okay. But I'm not okay. Hold on. What's the dead end smile? Okay, I knew it was gonna be this one. Okay, now I'm just playing around. I don't have my buttons. Serious face just looks bewildered. I look lost. Meds are too good. You look a bit crazy. Hold on, there's sweat. There's also tears. Hold on, wait, hold on. Let me see eye shine. Wow, amazing. Okay, and then there's tears. It just gives me tears. You need a crazy face. I have a crazy face. I also have this face too. I have hold on, where is it? Is this sorrow? I have this face too. You fucking hate me. Wow, 3D, Avi, 3D, hold on. Wow, Avi, 3D got such a pretty face. How dare you? I'm pretty all the time. Ugh. Ugh. There's, terrified. I like terrified. Oh, Jesus Christ, that moved my face scary. Hold on, there's a way so it doesn't transition like that. I thought I fixed it, but apparently not. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Como se dice? Yeah, it changes my settings every time. She's a skinwalker. Abby really hates us. Hold on, what's excited again? Oh yeah, I did. Wait, what? There's two excited. Okay, don't worry about it. I can take my glasses off. You were saying I hate you because I'm not smiling, huh? What's embarrassed too? Scary. Put that back. What's embarrassed one? I kind of like it. You look like you're falling slowly into quicksand. The 3D model will look funny in Halloween games. It's like a deeper tan. Yeah, I like the blush. It's cute. The angry one is very good too. I will need to fix, like I said, the embarrassed 2 or transition. There's a way to disable binary. Is it this one? Yeah, there's one. I fixed it. I fixed it! Scrolling through faces like a slot machine. This one's cute. This one I can like make you guys donate like $2 to me. Wait, the fucking Wii is retro now? Yeah. Big hug. The cop from the Lego movie. Yeah, like the cop. And oh, manipulator. How about you give me $2? Yeah, you're right. Hold on. I need like a new... I wish there was a way for me to... No. Okay, hold on. That's the wrong button. Okay. The 360 turns 20. Whoa, you're fucking kidding me. Hi, Art. Hi, Art. Hi, Slime. How are you doing? It's nice to see you. We're playing with my expressions again. My keyboard doesn't have the toggles anymore, so I just have to click it manually. What was enter expression? The Wii will turn... What the fuck? The Wii came at the same time as the 360.
Honeysuckle from Tu Pythagoreano Neck-Up.
Wow! Hold on. Let me come in to see if I can combine it. Yay! That is bad. That is weird. Hold on. Yay! Thank you so much, Pythagorean, for the donation of $9. Thank you. A gold? Yeah, there's a gold now. If you look in the the coffee link, it says that I have a goal. Hold on, I think I can show it in chat right now. I donated. Respond. Hold on. Might have another one. Thank you. Hold on, I'll show it in the chat right now. Hold on. Let's hopefully nothing funny happens. Here it says this will not count towards the donathon goal. But if you would like to help fund the Bug Avi merch, I would greatly appreciate it. Wah! Okay, ignore that part. You need more practice on this one. Yeah, I agree. Thank you, Pythagorean. 3D Obby cute. Thank you. Hold on. There's brows up. There it is. It makes me slightly do brows up. And then brow. Oh dear, I look different with my brows down. It feels sultry. Is that the word? What's sorrow? I mean, yeah. It enables me to be
Honeysuckle from Nayu.
Nayu, why is she British? Thank you. Hold on, let me refresh, but not capture the browser. Nayu, thank you so much for the donations for e-begging. Don't say that. Wait, I got 5% of the goal account. You guys all made it to 5% goal today. Thank you. Nayu, I love your 3D model. Thank you, Archeon. You stumble your pinky on a table. Nayu's breaking my squeak. Boys, calm down. You just have to win a rap battle to win my love. No one's gonna get that reference. It's too brain rotted. I'm spinning again. Just one rap battle? Yes. The brain. I can't explain the video. I don't want to. Spin. Okay, there we go. I'll keep it at this angle. Please tell me it's not Funky Night Friday. No, FNF. I think that's what it is. No, it's worse. It's Digital Circus YouTube brain rot. I can't do it. I'm gonna embarrass myself. Please tell me it is FNF. We were talking about the Game Boy. Just throwing it out now that Obby is 3D. What other checklist does she need to get to be an official real girl? I need $2 trillion from the government. Wait, I do know that one. That's worse. You know what? No, Lady got me. Boys, calm down. You just need to how does it go? I always forget. Embarrass yourself. Never, Obby. Dude, if I show that in chat out of context, they're gonna say not funny, didn't laugh, get help, take meds again. I've seen a meme with that clip. It's so good, right? I like it. I think it's really funny. What's fun? Okay, fun is this one. Yeah! For Obby to be a real girl, she needs to steal tires! Chad, you have to drink this juice. Okay, hold on. Let me put back my... Oh, hold on. I need to put sunglasses back on. Wrong one. There you go! My glasses are on again. Wait a minute. Eyes shine. Oh, I just make them shine at whatever expression. Please call 411. There's a way out. Yeah, exactly. That's the third thing the chat's gonna say. They're gonna be like, please get help. Okay, this is it. This is the joy expression. I like the joy expression. It's really nice. Oh, okay, Oshi, I trust you. I'll drink the juice without consideration for my health. Yay! Thank you. Obby shoulders. Hello, E-Man. I'm too far in the corner. It's because we were showcasing things in the screen right now, but now we're just yapping. The microwave bit done. Completed. Let me close the other tabs. I don't think there's gonna be a good enough console graph that I can show. Unless you guys see any and you want to share in stream discussion, I don't mind. She looks ready for blood. I'm so vegetarian. I don't even eat human blood. There you go. I look very funny having just my hand out like that. Like it's supposed to be resting on something or holding something. The couple more things I need to figure out with 3D model Obby would be something like prop. I don't know prop. I need to figure out how outfits can be changed.
E-Man Racing 95 gave 100
I don't know anything.
Bits.
Hi, E-Man. Thank you so much for the 100 bits.
Cheer
Thank you.
100 some more bits because shoulders. I'm crashing out.
Oh, you know what? That's totally fair. If you're crashing out, that's fine. I get that. I get that. Man, thank you for the donation anyways. I hope everything's better for you. I'm so pretty. My model is unfathomably pretty. What program are you using? 2 programs. I'm using XR animation to capture my face, and I'm using Warudo, which is a free program. Both of them are free. Where I'm manipulating the camera, and it's like a separate program I'm using for the model. Let's crash out together. Oh God, what does a grub crash out look like? Okay, let's see if I can maybe. And no. What I want to do before I think about like figuring out the model stuff, is gonna be camera work. There's a way to set it up so camera could be easier, but I don't know how. Oh, there you go. Okay. There you go. I can make it so I can stop levitating. Uh-oh. I think I spoke too soon. There you go. There. Now I'm upwards. I'm upright, chat. Now I look normal. Hi. My left arm is still a little messed up, but that's just because of the tracking. That world is an app? Yes, Zawarudo! Listening to stream in the background. Shoulders? What in Sam hell is this DJ's talking about? Whoa! Wait, were you not watching the stream? Oh yeah, you were in the stream earlier, but I had my jacket on. Okay, that makes sense. You get a pass. Hi! I look so baby. I like how... E-Man, thank you so much for 100 bits!
Gave 100 bits.
Tell us your story.
Cheer 100. I saw the back. Am die forever. A grub crash out is marked by extreme violence.
Oh my God.
Overheated the larvae.
Oh no. Wait, that's actually a really bad a grub crash. I don't know. Thank you for the 100 bits. And yes, the back is pretty delicious. My Christian stream is tainted. Says the one that did the fucking sniffer when I did the sweat and the armpit redeem. Hold on. Let me make it so. There you go. See? Here's some more back. If it makes you crash out more dealable, then that's fine. Look, it's like I'm sitting down. I look very comfortable. Look at the stars. Why aren't you looking at the stars? That was autocorrect. Shut up. Hold on, let's see if I can. Oh, there goes my right arm gave out. Oh, these weights are like 100,000 kilograms. Oh no, dear Lord. Oh, there goes. Hold on, let me go more to the. Come on. Are you counting, chat? I forgot how many I did already. Well, this does make me schizo. I'm also very mentally tired. That's okay. That's fair. I totally understand. You're like in a different time zone. How is jet lag for you? Wasp got back. I do have a back. Ugh, she's doing it. She's pulling a bunch of plushies. Avi, in what order do you put toppings on your tacos? That is actually a very good question. I've never been asked this before. Would you like me to answer this while looking directly at you in the camera? I kind of like the side profile too. The way that I do it, okay, so it depends. There's beans that you could. It looks exactly like that emote. Okay, so it depends on the toppings. In the toppings are laid out the beans, the lettuce, the sauce, the cheese, and the chicken. Like if you have like shredded chicken. So what I do is I put the oh, and also sour cream. So what I do is I put the beans as the base, right? No shell. It's a hard taco, hard tortilla, hard flat chip, wait. Oh, I thought you were talking about tostadas. Okay, yeah. So I put the bean down first as like a hard base. And then I put the lettuce second. I put the sour cream third because that's gonna act as the glue for the chicken. which comes next, and then the cheese on top. And that's how I make my tacos. In that order, always. I think of the sour cream like the glue rather than the topping as well, which might be controversial. And then I'll put the sauce on top. The spicy saucy. The spice, salsa. I forgot the word salsa, wow. Chicken taco? I love, like, tacos. They're usually, like, beef tacos, I get, if I can. Chicken is glue. No. Sour cream is glue. It's because the sour cream has the same color of actual glue. Avi, shut up. Glue on your taco. Okay, you guys are misconstruing my argument. Where were you? Lee, what's your, consensus on my opinion? Avi, you're making me crash out. Just throw everything on the soft tortilla. You toast it and fold it over. Okay, I started talking about tostadas. Man, I got mistaken. If you don't know what tostadas are, I asked Kelby, and then I remember he's British and would die if he ate tacos due to spices. Okay, Lee, you say that, but I would, and Eggy can say this too. Also, hi Eggy, it's nice to see you. But surprisingly, Kelby is a strong white boy. He is a strong white boy that can handle his spices like a real man. Look, okay, this is what I'm talking about. Hold on, let me move out of the way. Spud is like a taco for the British. Are you translating it for the British? Oh my god, look at that tummy bend. It's so cool. It's so delicious. It's a little polygonical, but I like it. I like the little tummy squish. Sorry. I'm floating. Okay, look at this. See, this is what I was thinking of tostada. So they put their meat in the beginning. That is criminal. You will be offended. Okay, I'll look up a Spud. Avi, you need to eat more chilindrinas. They will make your stomach stronger. I need to Google that. I don't think I'm from the region.
Connell_Cernich.
Connell, thank you so much for the 100 bits. How are you doing? Tell us what you want us to hear.
100 How I build my tacos. Cheese on the bottom, then the meat. Warm meat melts cheese, thus holding taco together. Then I just build however I feel.
That's an interesting take. That is an interesting take. I never thought to. Oh, it's like you're kind of making a quesadilla because you're putting out the cheese at the bottom, but then you stop the production of the melting of the tortillas together. Interesting. Quesadilla taco. Yeah, I was saying that's a quesadilla taco. Okay. This is chilindras. Wow, I've never. Oh, wait, I know those crackers. I know what they're called. No, I don't know what they're called, but I know those crackers. They're like the big crackers, and I've tried those before. I never thought to put toppings on it like that. I just kind of eat it like chips. Cause I'm insane. Like a, what do you call those? American flat sweet thing. Pop-Tarts. I eat it like a Pop-Tart. I put sauce, lettuce, meat, other toppings, and then cheese. I just get soft tacos and hold on, soft tacos. Hold on. I forgot what a taco is. Mexican taco. Hold on, I forgot what a taco is. Yeah, I put the meat in the bottom. I don't usually have beans on my tacos. I put beans and then cilantro and onions. ¿Cómo se dice onions in Spanish? Cebolla? That looks like saladitas, but big. I love learning new things. That's the most take, yes. Okay, I love carne. Tacos de carne. Street tacos. I love cebolla, cilantro, y limon, y radish. Actually, I don't know how to eat the radish with tacos. That looks. Hold on. I already read that. Yeah, I put the meat in the bottom. I just put whatever's all out on the table. Okay, but controversial dividing question. Would you like having the red meat or the brown meat on your tacos? I know there's probably a better name for them, like actual names. But I just call them red and brown meat. Wait, hold on. Actually, don't answer that question. Look, this is brown meat. This is red meat. Red meat. Hold on. There's red meat. There's red meat somewhere. No, I'm not gonna find it. Pulled pork. Kind of like that. Kind of like that, red meat. Is red meat pollo? I think it is. Beef is the best option for Mexican food. It always is, dude. It's so good. Red meat makes you strong. Smart. Then red meat for me. All right, that's interesting. I get brown meat. I get the beef. Okay, beef or chicken on your tacos. My family unfortunately uses vegan meat because my sister can't eat red meat. Oh my god, what happened? Was there like did they get a bug bite from the mountains? E-radish for my E-girl. That's funny. Sub. Hello, Dark Overlord. I hope you're doing okay. We're talking about tacos right now. My stomach has a bit of a fold. That's so funny. I'm so happy. I never noticed that before. No, the real debate comes from deshebrado or molida. Hold on, let me Google that. I don't know. She gets ill after eating red meat. Oh, my brother used to be the same way. Oh my god. Hold on. I think I know what you're talking about. Molida. ¿Alguien más tiene hambre de guisada? I do feel hungry now. Okay. Hold on. I don't know if this is exactly the one you're talking about, E-Man. I think it was E-Man. Yeah. Also, there's gonna be an advertisement in 1 minute. I'm so sorry. But we will use red meat when she won't eat it. That's for real. Okay. Oh my god. Is this the shredded meat? Yeah, shredded beef tacos. Or carne molida. I like carne molida. This is ground beef, right? No, beef pica... No. Is this like ground beef? I love ground beef. I do like shredded beef, but it gets in my teeth and everything, so I don't really like it. Am I actually catching an obvious stream? Hi, Sarah! It's nice to see you! Yeah, we're barely tuning in at 2 hours now. That was the slowest 30 minutes of my life. Holy lordy. Just chatting streams always start off, like, really, really fast, and then really slow, depending on the topic. We were talking about retro gaming, and then I got lost. I mean, not got lost. And then we got distracted by Avi model. And now we're talking about meat. Yeah, you got it right. Okay, good. Ground beef then. I love ground beef. I'm addicted to ground beef. I love chile relleno with ground beef inside. Ground beef, it has to have cheese in it inside though. Otherwise, it doesn't taste good. If you guys don't know what chile relleno is, it is the most oily thing you can have. At least where I'm from. One of the most oily foods ever. It's like egg layering on chile poblano under it. The poblano isn't spicy one. Isn't spicy. So you can eat the chile fine, and you won't feel the spice. It's and then it's stuffed inside the chile with ground beef and cheese. I will say I miss Mexico a lot. I miss Oaxacan. Oaxacan. You gotta get hold on, I'm gonna slap that on Google Translate. How to pronounce this? Oaxaca. See, okay, Oaxaca. I was right. Hold on. Let me show you how the Google Translate did it. Listen to this.
Oaxaca cheese.
Oaxaca cheese. This white girl can sound better than me. Avi model makes me go mental. I love her, but don't tell her I said that. Real and true. I like the little footsie angle I got here. My elbow is going crazy, so don't look at that. Look, even my feet tilt a little bit. Yeah. I like how cool everything looks. It's phenomenal. Oaxaca broski. That's how I feel I sound like. I like my tummy crinkle. Is that my belly button? I can't tell. My legs are kind of doing their own thing. Look, my tummy kind of crinkles. It looks really polygonical. But listen. It's good in a distance. In my opinion. Got a little too close there, bro. Okay, wait, fine. I'll back away. The ads are almost over. You're gonna have to deal with me for a little more. Tummy do crinkle like that. That's why I think it's so cool. I'm like, I didn't think the model would do that, but it does, and it's cool. Avi, have you ever told you how pretty you are? Because you are. Thank you. I think it looks super pretty as well. Look at this. That's cool. Hold on. My arm looks like little twigs. That's very fitting. No, don't do that. Armpit. I'm gonna kill you. Hold on. Wait. That's interesting shading. Wait a minute. Enhance. They did do shading on this armpit. That's insane. Like a little bit of it. I see it. I see like the color difference. It's not a lot, but it's enough for me to notice. Anyways. Interesting. I know what they are. It's insane you were showing that for free. You're right. That was my bad. The back muscles. The back muscles are also insane. I can't turn around 360 like I did before. Twig, but can do mean judo throws. Soon. I'm on my singer arc right now. Who did your model? Let me show you them. Their Twitter. Why did I say that so mad? Let me show you them. I'm gonna show you them and I'll prove you wrong. Like, what the fuck? Hold on. I just about had them. Yosua7 on twitter.com. They've been doing a lot of model stuff too. Hold on. Actually, let me double check before I say anything. So cute! Sorry. They do a lot of really cute model stuff. I'm gonna need to find... What I want to do is I want to find a low... Where the fuck is Chat? Where's Chat? Hello? Did I center Chat off screen? I probably did. Transform. She killed us. I'm sorry. Your eyes are also greener in 3D. They are. They're more apparently more apparent. 3D artist sniffle. Listen, 3D art is so expensive, dude. I will say, but it's so worth it. This dude has a really good eye. There you go. And then, like, their 3D model is insane. This is 3D. Oh, they're so cute. And the iCloud, the little... And then that's me right there. Hold on, let's skip. Oh, I thought this is the one where I spun. Never mind. My bad. RV is right there. There it is. This is the one that skips. Wait, Tomoe commented on this? Sorry, Tomoe commented on this? Why is it so good? That's crazy. I never saw that. I never knew that. Wow. Not the MGS spin. I like it so much. It's so funny. Yeah. I asked them. I was just like, hi, I really like the model you did so far for me, because they sent me like a revision of it, and I was like, is it okay if I ask if you can make the dumpy a little bigger? Like a little bigger? And then they did. They actually did. I even sent them a reference of it. I was like, can you make it a little bigger? I saw the text version of this from years ago. Yeah, the text version, text edited it so that it can have the Freebird playing. Exploring pin messages is so fun. So true. The tomboys always together strong. I know. She was always there. She said it herself. She got some yacht. I wanted Avi to be thick B. Yeah. And it came out really good. Avi bigger. She wanted to be like her More. She asked for a BBL. I did. So it's your fault your back is fucked up. In my defense, all I have is one thing in mind, and that is, yeah. Anyways, enhance. But yeah, it's silly. I like it. I don't mind it. A BBL. Ha ha. Funny joke. I'll plus to you for that. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. We were talking. Okay. There. Okay, let me turn off the capture. It is, what time is it? 1 p.m. This explains why the hips are so wide and the thighs are so thick. I drew that in my my concept design art. I was just like, I want her to be wide, and luckily that detail came through with Nokoyama as well. So what happened to the game topic? Yeah. With that being said, let's get back to gaming topic. We got really sidetracked there. That is the wrong one. What the fuck? What happened to my cap? There it is. Great capture. What happened? Sorry, hold on. Give me 1 second. Oh, is it this one? No. I have like different tabs right now for okay. Chatter doesn't have a whatever. Ass and hands lesbianism. I went to go to eat lunch. Did you ever explore the retro game store or nah? We didn't know. No, don't worry. I was thinking like to cut up the layers manually so I'll be able to have more dimension exploring the lovely terrain. Wait, there's gaming? I've been popping in and out for an hour and there's been no gaming. No, today we're talking about games. We're not gaming today. Although next week, if we're gonna do another yapping stream, I was thinking of like Minecraft. Do you have a dark eye toggle? No, not in this one. Not in this model. I want to have a tired looking toggle in my bug form. Get back to the games. Are you smuggling in a Atari Jaguar in your back pocket, Avi? No, that's just how I'm built. No, it's not how I am. It's 9 p.m. Have a good night. Thank you for coming in, E-Man. It's nice to see you. Hi, you're very adorable and very pretty. Thank you. I appreciate all the compliments. That sounds very fast. Thank you. I appreciate you calling pretty English hard. Okay, but yeah. Like I said, I think it'll be a cool idea too, to explore PC titles built back then. It might be a little bit more difficult doing that one. There is a lot, there is difficulty doing PC older games, so I've heard. Because some of them have a lot of requirements. Like, some of them used to have, like, online stuff you needed, and now those special softwares and servers, that's the word, servers are gone. She's gonna die from all those compliments. Teehee. Maybe. Let's find out. No. What are they saying? Okay, I'm built a little incorrectly, but that's okay. What else was I saying? Yeah, so those will... So it might not seem like it, but sometimes there are like some games and you might want to suggest, and then I look into it and I'm just like, oh no, this is a little bit harder to emulate for like XY reason. I'll be sure to be transparent if I find like a suggestion and be like, this is a little bit more complicated. I'll need to look into it. 1,000 yards there. She's gonna... Also, many retro PC games don't run well on modern systems without some form of workaround. Yeah, exactly. Weirdly enough, it's something to do with like hardware as well. Like games were on I'm not too sure of it myself. I'm gonna pull this out of my ass. Floppy disks and like those kind of storages are like one of the things that becomes a problem with trying to emulate some stuff. It's called a community patch with a bunch of malware. Hell yeah. So let's just hope that like while I'm downloading stuff, if I get a virus from from trying to get a game running, that will be extremely funny to do. Floppy disk, you mean the save icons? Yeah, the save icons. Video game preservation is a deep topic. It is. It's crazy. Virus, sniffer. Why are you sniffing viruses? Excuse me. Sorry, hiccup. Hold on. Ugh. Yeah, but it'll be an old school retro virus. Oh god. Gotta sniff them out to take them down. Oh, you're using the sniffer like a police dog sniffer. Got you. Hiccups. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh, it's today St. Patrick's Day, by the way. Happy birthday, Irish people. Conal, are you still here? You're the only token Irish person in the stream. Mm-hmm. Happy Green Day and not the band. Hold on. I saw a big chat. Hold on. Let me oh, wrong one. Let me scroll up. I'm part Irish. Happy birthday. Wait, Mexican Irish? That's awesome. Unless you're not Mexican and I just assumed Sarah, then I apologize. Like the original Crisis runs like doo-doo on new power chips because it was made when chips had like 1 or 2 cores, so it doesn't use new CPU cores at all. Yeah, and that, like, weirdly enough, it's weird because I'm like, wait, if it only uses 1 or 2 cores, then having 6 cores would be okay, right? But I'm sure there's like some mumbo jumbo wizardry of why it doesn't work that I'm too stupid to know. It'll just do something annoying like reverse your mouse direction. Oh god, yeah. I feel like I downloaded a virus once as a kid, but I reverted it quickly. Also remember, never talk about the websites you download games in public. Yeah, exactly. And Emu Paradise, I still miss you. Yeah, we'll never talk about any of that. Only subscriber general. We can hide it behind a paywall at least. Wrong hand. We can hide it behind a paywall. Mayhaps. I once bought a box of Lucky Charms. Nice. I like that. Lucky Charms. Oh, you're talking about being Irish. I even have the red beard and red streaks in my hair to prove it. Wait, that's actually cool. And yes, I'm Mexican, Native, and Irish. That is interesting. I'm white! I like your excitement, Nayu. And you know what? Yay. Because if you do, Nintendo will fire the copyright orbital kinetic weapon. They will. Did you guys see what Capcom did as well? Hi, White, I'm Sarah. When a dude was like, I played 100 hours and I uploaded it on YouTube. Oh, so you did? And then boom, copyright strike. So yeah, I think that's really interesting. Getting into quote-unquote retro games, aka the 2000s eras, is going into the can of worms that is game preservation, and PC games might be harder to do. So we'll probably stick to consoles for now. That being said, I will try to see how Barnyard will work. Can you check how old Barnyard works and what information it is on it, so I can hype up something like this is just a very well-renowned game on GameCube, very well known, and I just show like the silhouette of Otis. Because of what was I? Congrats on being a quirked up white boy goated with the saws. Hell yeah. Hold on. You glow if you were under the sun, not you? Yeah, what happens? Okay, I'll be honest. I've only gotten a really bad sunburn once in my life, and that was so bad. So how common is it for non-melaninated people to get sunburns? Yeah, like Edward. Oh god, that's terrifying. My condolences. Is this better? There you go. I'm shining and sparkling in the sun. All my life, I was told by my European lineages from my mom's side was Irish, until I took a DNA test, and it was revealed it was actually Germans who moved to Ireland and said, this place sucks, and then moved to West Virginia. Wait, that's really funny, AK, and really interesting. Oh wow, you're part German then. That's really cool. I mean, obviously, it's kind of a shame you don't have anything culturally about that if you only just found out through a test. But that's cool. I'm white and only got a bad sunburn once when I didn't use a sunscreen while walking on the mountain peaks. Oh yeah, that's gonna get you. You're extra close to the sun there, buddy. Also, hi Sid, I know you came here earlier. I hate this. You look too cool now. Oh, thank you, lifting dude. I appreciate that a lot. I appreciate this backhanded compliment. Yes, backhanded insult, more likely. More like it. That's kind of sick and cool, Nayu. You could, like, put some jewels and project even further. Oh, God. Hold on. My skin is enough that my mom is the only one that notices if I get tan. Damn, really? What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I think I was super interested, D-Man. Was it you last night that talked about being part Arab and Mexican, or was that someone else? I think that was I think that was someone else. No, was that you? No, wait, no. You're D-Man. That person was, hold on. Wait, someone else. Fuck! Okay, fuck. I'm getting my chatters confused. I mixed up Modern, D-Man, and their name also started with a D. I don't know why I confused Modern into the fucking spaghetti of chatters I confuse each other with. Fuck! I'm stupid. It was... That's as mean as I can get. Understandable, thank you. Don't mix your chatters, they will explode. My bad, homies. Musashi, I believe? Hold on. I saw it right before I headed to work, or right before I got picked up, so I got my chatters confused. Excuse me, you can kill me now. I know you have a lot of demon-related VTubers. I do. You're right. It's not my fault. Everyone just uses the same generators for for internet names. No. Where were they? Mawazi! There you go! I mixed you with Mawazi! I'm so sorry, D-Man. I mixed you up with Mawazi. That's interesting. Mawazi, thank you. You called it Musashi, AK! That's funny. It's a very famous movie for a reason. I guess. Oh my god. I never took a DNA test, but bet my ass is Hungarian, Ukrainian, and some Greek. I actually think it's really interesting that the data that DNA test needs, they need more people of color. Otherwise, they're gonna end up showing that, like, yes, you are Mexican, girl. And it's like, yeah, I knew that. Hello, young cat! Welcome! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. We're talking about video games. What can be considered retro? And that I'm considering playing games that are more so like Xbox 360. No, more so less N64 and more like PlayStation 1, GameCube, other PlayStation 1 and 2, GameCube, etc., etc. Hello, hello, how are you doing? Not gonna hear from the wasp who called your chatter the wrong heritage. I'm sorry! Hello, Mapache Asta. Oh, I can't read your name. Your name, my brain gave up. What were you playing? You were playing art. How was your drawing? I hope you got a lot drawn today, and if not, that's okay too. OG Xbox era? Perhaps. What? You're 3D? I am. Hello. I have a 3D model. I just don't use it a lot. My name? Sorry about that. That's okay. Ooh. How do I say this? Hola, ¿es de español? ¿Habla más de español? Hola, mi nombre es La Avispa. Soy VTuber. Soy avispa, no soy abeja. Y puedo hablar un poco de español. Un poco. No, yo no sé las conjugación de past tense, present tense. Yo soy bien. Kumako, thank you for the follow. Wait, did you want me to put my jacket back on? Hello? I got some good commission progress, and we were listening to comedy routines from my country. You're Chilean? That's awesome. That's awesome. I'm Mexican honey wasp. Fun fact, Mexican honey wasp are from Texas area. Texas used to be Mexico, but they're still considered Mexican honey wasp. Well, they're in that general area. Where's the honey? I'm not sharing you any. That's behind a paywall. That's a joke. You can never give me any money to give you any. Hola, soy sauce. Yeah, I'm Chilean. Ooh, that's awesome. Many here are Chilean. Hello, Chilean people. I know one thing about Chile. It's that long strip of land in South America. Don't tell me what it's next to. Don't even ask me what it's next to. My brain wants to say Brazil. Let's go! More Chileans! Oh yeah, we have one Chilean. They are kind of chill. Yeah, that's the second thing I know. Hello there. Hi, Loki. How are you doing? We are the Pasillo of Latin Americans. We are the scar country, a fun fact. I think that's funny. That's a good way to describe it. I took a Latin American math quiz, and I'm gonna be honest, I forgot where you guys were and the name of you guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have mentioned this fact at all. I also forgot every other country, so don't feel bad. It's cute, your avatar. Thank you. I usually have on a jacket. Hold on, let me show you my cool jacket. If this is your first time seeing me, oh Oh yeah, I've been playing a lot of horror games for the past couple months. Yes, I consider Dead Space a horror game. Not like anyone was gonna disagree. But I don't know. It is a very scary game, but it's more so a FPS game to me than a scary one. Exit expression. I have my glasses. I can show you my jacket, which looks like this. I got a yellow jacket. Oh, sorry. I can put my glasses up. Cool, thank you. You have a jacket? I do. It's really cool. I like the back side of it as well. I can't really show it to you right now because the orientation will get silly. Bolivia! Show the cool... Okay, fine. I'll show the back. Give me a second. She forgets most of us. Hold on. At every stream. I envy her. Her brain. It's a new experience every stream. That's true. Wow. Yeah. I should probably stand up, but I'm lazy. Back! It's very cool. This is the wasp. A wasp. Beast do not look that cute. Let me get back. You can select orbit character in camera. Yeah, I should have. I'm lazy. Hold on. Camera, orbit character. There you go. It gets angled really fast, and I'm like, how do I get out of angle? But that's okay. Look at that. There you go. Okay, stay in this orientation, Avi. There you go. I like going at this angle. Hello. Avi meets us every stream, Wasp Day. Now show the tat. Okay, fine. I will. Okay. Since you asked so nicely. And character. I think you guys just want to see it. I think my chatters just want to see this. There it is. It's not a tattoo. Yes, that's an octagon shape. I'm silly, okay? I didn't double check my shapes. And now it's an octagon. Which makes this design complicated. But it's in a fun way. That's a nice ant. Ant? Yeah, it's cool. It is very cool. I wanted it to be attached to this shirt. But it looks like it's detached. Now it looks like it's my tattoo. Kind of pokes out a little bit. It's a real gigantic wasp embedded on your skin. Yeah, that thing's alive, by the way. Above the coordinates is an invisible reset button to reset the camera. The coordinates? Camera. I don't see a coordinate. Oh, wait. Is this it? Don't do that. Reset. Reset. Oh, okay. Okay, it wants me to reset me at this position. Don't do that. Does that mean that's your Oshi mark? I guess it would be. If Apple wants to put a fucking wasp emoji in their stupid emoji collection, then yes. Hold on, let me do rotation again. Okay. Okay. Stretch. You said stretch, but you hydrated a fishbowl. It's her cutie mark. Shut up. Hold on, my arms are getting weird. I thought that was your Oshi mark. You disabled stretch. Oh, did I? Hold on. Dude, she's freaking morbing out. Oh god, that was my face. Why did it make me scratch there? Also, hi, Nun. Oofa doofa. Don't oofa doofa. I mean, you can do what you want. Sorry. Oh, geez, my phone is bright. Sorry, I got an email right now. Is it environment? Environment. Oh, my leg's asleep. She picked her nose! We all saw! Sylvan, it was not my nose, I swear! Okay, hold on. Oh my god, it's right there! It's right there! Is it this? Sorry, I saw like arrows and I got excited. Oh, I disabled stretch? No way. Hold on. Let me fix that. I could have sworn. But yes, like I was saying, I'm very interested. I don't know how I'm gonna do it. I wanted to play Metal Gear Solid 1 for the first time. I don't know if I want to do it on stream because I've already played it. Same with Metal Gear Solid 2. I want to play those games again because I feel like I could do way better. Controller shooting is definitely something I need to fix as a skill issue. Hold on, let me get the viewer rewards. Channel points. Did I really disable stretch? Oh, no, don't disable channel points. There you go. Slap the leg, wake her up. No posture check is there. Or was there another redeem? Chat TTS, angry, sad. No, that's the only ones I got. Yeah, what are you talking? You're talking crazy. Okay, there's your stretch. There's your stretch. No more. No more. No more. No more. No more. Okay, my hands are doing some weird things, so you're not even gonna get the armpits you want to see. This is me stretching. There you go. Thank you for the posture check sounds. Oh, there goes my shoulder. Shut up! Shut up! 230, 38 clip content for armpit command. You're crazy! Oh shit, it's not my notepad. You're a coward! His arm is going a JoJo pose. It is a JoJo pose. You noticed it. I can't spread my fingers because then my face tracking gets confused. Maybe I could do it with this hand. Yeah, my thumb doesn't want to work. Close enough. Close enough. What's another JoJo pose? Actually, I don't want to Google that. All right. Have you tried some of the animation poses in water though? I have, but this one is from XR Animate, which is what I'm using to track my face and stuff. I really like it. I really like XR. My friend showed me it. My friend Becco showed me it. Hold on, let me see how far my arms can extend before it cuts off. Okay, that much. This is the box. I'm doing the cinema pose, I know. It's okay. We know about your condition. The whole finger face thing. Thank you for understanding and being so sympathetic to my cause. Okay, that's so funny because in my elbow. Okay, stop. I need to stop that. Okay, that's about as much animation. Okay. XR is amazing for what it does. Not best facial tracking though. That's fine. That's all right with me. One time I accidentally did something funny with the facial tracking and it made my mouth open like a snake. It was kind of scary. I'm fine with this one though. This one, my arm is going a little bit inward if I look this way. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. It's not tracking my face good. Oh, I never considered this pose. Okay, hold on. Let me do something really weird. Interesting, interesting. I'm cooking. I see you. Anyway, sorry. I was testing something. What was I gonna say more? Yes. Let's look at the oh my god, I'll be pretty in 3D. Hi, Gear. Yes, I've had a 3D model for a while, but I need to play around with it some more. I will say, Sylvan, try turning on Ragdoll if your arm is going in. Oh, thank you. I don't know shit about Wadu though. It has an entire like document website. You're tracking your arm with the phone, or you have that tracking necklace? Web camera. If you go, actually, you can download it yourself too if you're interested. Not you. XR Animate. It uses wireframe. So it's like an AI technology, which sees your fingers and hands, and it does it for you. It tracks your arms as little sticks. It tracks your head, your eyes, your mouth as a wireframe. Yeah. Turning on Ragdoll. I'm pretty sure my Ragdoll is turned on, but I'll check. Ragdoll. Always enable. Oh, there it is. Okay, it looks like... No. Okay. should drop in dance animations. Becca wants me to my body to do weird okay, no, it's still not fixing it. I think this is just how the motion was captured. Hi Becca, it's nice to see you. I'm floating. I'm floating now. We're just playing around with 3D. We're talking about I want to play. Oh, actually, I don't know if I should spoil my surprise. Isn't it a bit odd when she touches her head, her hand clips through her hair? Is she balding again? Balding again? Hold on. No, this is my head. Hold on. This is the top of my head. This is my chin. Oh, interesting. So it's like if it's slightly okay. And this is. Huh. Okay, whatever. Also, hi Becca, how are you doing? I hope your meetings and stuff are going well. Ooh, oh god. She definitely picked her nose before that. No, I did. This is me picking my nose. Right there. This is me picking my mouth. Hello, cool wasp leader. Hello, Eureka. Can you mog, bro? That's it. Her IRL head is huge. Shut up. It's not that big. It's not that big. All right. Hold on. Yes. Wait. Oh, what did it do? Oh, there it is. Okay, it kind of fixed my... Oh, it's doing a lot. It's making me twist. And then internal collision? What's yes? I might have fixed it. I'm watching you in the living room right now. I don't know why I made you have that voice. I'm watching you in the living room right now. They're doing roof work and it's non-stop banging for hours. No, that means no Becca stream tonight, huh? I'm so sad. That sounds really sarcastic. No! That means no Becca stream. I mean, no, they stopped construction at nighttime, Avi. You know what else? What else? They should work instead of banging. That's stupid. Oh, hell no, Jigsaw. Your ass is tweaking. Sorry. I'm normal. Maybe I should bring that back for Halloween. What was I gonna say? I'm not finishing that bit. That's okay. You don't have to if you don't want to. That's okay. Take your time. This pose is awesome. Hi, Hydration Died. What is that kid? Oh my god, I've never seen that clip before. That's really funny. I'm scared to make Avi do weird things like with clips. I'm normal. Now I don't have much evidence to go off of, but I find a hard time believing that. Really? You think I'm a liar too? Hi 3D Avi. Hello Hydration. It's nice to see you. Sorry, I'm looking at my thumb. We're talking about video games. Well, what else was I gonna say? Metal Gear Solid series is one I think would be really cool. The Fatal Frame, I want to figure that out because it looks scary but cool. It looks cool and scary. I did see Reina. We rated her. No, I think it was Becco. Becco rated into her when she was playing Fatal Frame. I know Becco says she also likes Fatal Frame too. It looks really interesting, but also hell, like with audio control. You can see me? Of course I can. You're right there. Wait, no, where are you? Okay, hold on. Where was I looking at? Yeah, any game recommendations from about 1995 and maybe older? Sorry, 1995 and younger, I guess I should say. 1995, 2010s, maybe 11, 12, can be put in the game recommendation forum. You can make your own post. If you have photos with it, it's better. I'm looking at it with the gallery view, and I like photos. We got a lot of great recommendations. Interesting ones, too. I'll allow multiple people to put in multiple recommendations. Just make sure you don't accidentally do the same one that someone else did earlier. Since we don't have a lot of, like, posters so far, you can be able to scroll down to the bottom. They have 2 comp games. I think Reina was playing some older titles. Yeah, okay, so there's a lot of like history with Fatal Frame, which I think is really interesting. Isn't there a definitive edition on PC? There's one on PC, on the Switch, on PS5 that they came out with, but the original was untranslated in English. It was only a Japanese release. And then they released a version, Nintendo did, on the Wii. And then there was a lot of fan projects before that time. And then in between the Wii and the releases was more fan projects. There's like a couple of games.
Automatick just subscribe.
Hi, Otto! On PC. Hello! Thank you so much for subscribing. Oh, Jesus Christ, it's been 10 months now. Yeah, the first one I was aware of was one on the Wii. Yeah, I don't know what the origin was, though. Favorite Fatal Frame for you? I don't know. I don't know anything about the series. Monster Hunter for the PS1. Test your mental. Oh, God. I'm contractually obligated to recommend Okami when anyone asks. Actually, we do have someone that recommended Okami. Hey, Avi, have you looked up stuff on their game recommendations? No, not yet. I was just elaborating on some stuff. And then we got distracted. I don't know if that is an interesting idea to like just watch trailers on stream. But we're starting with Tony Hawk series just because I think it's silly. It's not a huge commitment I have to do. If I don't like it or if something fucks up, I can just drop it. If I do like it, then it'd be a funny little filler episode. I probably won't do the entire storyline, or maybe I would be able to defeat the storyline in one sitting. Who knows? I'm waiting for God of War or Barnard. Both are retro now. Smiles. Yeah, there's a lot of anticipated gameplay, which I'm excited for. Contraculated. Play Okami so I don't have to buy and to play the second game later. Oh yeah, the second game got announced. But for real, little homie, your 2D model looks cute, but your 3D model looks cuter. Thank you. They finally did a re-release of the original Clock Tower. I'm gonna Google that. What do you mean the original Clock Tower? Are we still talking about... I don't think we're talking about Fatal Frame, huh? 1995 video game. Oh, wow. The point-and-click survival horror game? Oh. Ooh, point-and-click. That's deadly for me. Point-and-click is an interesting, like, gameplay thing. Your new model makes me super happy. You're a real fake VTuber. VTuber. Oh, thank you. Meow, meow, meow. Hold on. Hold on, I gotta do this right. Meow, meow, meow. Oh yeah, Clock Tower, like the JonTron video. I don't watch JonTron. Oh, she looks super pretty. American and European. Interesting. It's like one of the first enemies talks to you, right? I don't know anything about Clock Tower. I'm getting like actual Clock Tower buildings. But I see like a really pretty... What to describe the style as? This girl? Oh, that's too small of an image to use. IGN, save me. This one? Primordia. Primordia was like interesting. I would either like get cracked in the middle of the gameplay, or I'd be like, Chad, you need to help me, please. I'm stuck. Muted. Shut up. Oh wait, no. Unbased, unsubscribed, unfollow. I'm sorry. Point and click games are like tricky. Jennifer never cracked. What are you talking about? That one time when I hopped in and you guys were like, she's using cheats, and I'm like, no guys, I'm not using cheats. I'm using my brain. You hate to see it. That's just Narissa. The VTuber Ravencroft? I would be inclined to believe that. How long have you had a 3D model for, by the way? A long time. I just am very bad at using it. I break features. It's called Irony Wasp. Wasn't her name Jennifer? I don't know. I don't know, man. Ooh, this is a very pretty... Oh, you guys can't see it. Pretty box. Wasp is Jailbird. I'm a low-key Jailbird. I love her song stuff. I think... Okay, okay, so it's this one. That's interesting. I kind of want to see how the gameplay... The gameplay looks beautiful. I thought this was a YouTuber. I was like, what the... Get this fucking gamer off of the corner of my screen. No, that's just the... Why are these so tiny? Why are these photos microscopic? There's so much space in here. It's available on Steam right now. Wait, that's cool. Hold on. Let me get a better photo of the... Nope, that's it. That's about the best quality. Yeah, this is Clock Tower Wiki. I'm so sorry. Avi's so cute, so pretty. There you go. This is the best photo we're getting, and it's IMDb. True, then I'll hire dress. That's not Markiplier, bro. Shut up. He does have the red background like Markiplier too. In the 90s, screens were just like 5 inches in diameter. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know fucking monitors back there were the size of like little watches today. Guest starring 90s Winona Ryder. You're kidding. I don't know if you're serious about that statement. Winona Ryder is interesting. What the fuck is that? That's spoiler, huh? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Pull up on Steam, see if there's a trailer. Yeah, that's just what I'm about to do. Luckily I'm not signed into Steam. So I'm not too worried about it flashing like my information. Steam. Oh, I'm winded. My leggings are crushing my stomach. I look flabbergasted. That's definitely not a dead body. That's just, you know, someone being silly extremely. Oh, hold on. Calm down there. Calm down there. Calm down there. I just sat down. Dead body? No, 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 no. Of course, I would not have a dead body on Twitch. That sounds like I killed them now. Okay, put your raptor hands away. I wish I could put the hand down. I'm just holding on to something. Okay, let's watch. Dead body in a horror game? No way, bro. They would never. I blinked. Hold on, let me rewind. I forgot it's Steam player. The Steam video player is interesting to say for sure.
We're so lucky to live in a mansion like this, right, Jennifer?
Oh, fuck. Did someone give me a gifted? This music's so enchanting. This animation's insane! Jesus Christ! I wonder what it means. It's watching you from the cradle under the star. Jesus Christ, this game looks insane!
Where did everyone go? Is anyone here?
I like the little anime cutscene in between. Oh my god, wait, where are we? Yeah, I was gonna say, this looks very Junji Ito inspired, and then I saw the Japanese character and I'm like, okay, good. I would still be terrified of this game, even though it's a bunch of pixels. Whoa! Oh my fucking god. Hiding missions are gonna be the death of the... It's so pretty. Also, hello, Spastastic. It's nice to see. Oh. This is like Harvester but goated. Oh, this is Rewind.
Switch, PlayStation, and Xbox.
Wow. Nintendo. Oh, it's on the Nintendo Switch. Have you played it, Becco? Her heart stopped. Did it? I didn't see that. Oh my god. I love the trailer. It's very much like a stop it and then you'll see something cool. What do you mean but goated? Harvester is goated. I don't know what Harvester is. Because old games have shitty resolutions. No, Eureka. I'm pretty sure those screenshots I showed earlier from the wiki is just the website being ass. What was gonna say? What was I blinked. Clock Tower was pretty revolutionary for 95. Is this the remake then? Because this is Rewind. No, my brother got me the collectors, but they don't ship out till April. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, so I am signed into it on the online website, so I need to be careful what I show this time. I can't showcase the photo, can I? Of course not. Okay. Of course I can. There you go. So I like this one. First of all, Woman Pretty. Oh, because this is a 1995 game, this is like a 4:3 image. HD release port thing. Oh, okay, got you. This is insane. Woman Pretty for real. And then, oh god. This is pretty art, but it's so blinding. I like the little terror in here. That's gorgeous. Thank you for the follow, Adam Kidu. Man, we is considered retro. This fact is as enjoyable as walking with wet socks. Hello, Pecan Meth. Yes, unfortunately, I have to be the one to break it down for you. The Wii is almost 20 years old. Or 10 years old. I forgot where. No, 20 years old. Greetings, my lady. How dost thou fare on this fine day? Hi, me fare good. I don't know how to speak old man. But thank you, Adame, for coming in. Adame. Original is released on the Super Famicom. So yeah, you were dealing with a solid 256 by 224 resolution originally. On this game? This game? Wait, 256 is so tiny. Okay, maybe you're right. Oh, dear Lord. She needs to bust it down for us. Let me break it down for you. Oh my god. This game is super tiny. Unga bunga me wap, me stream thing. Oh god. Sorry, I need to burp some more. I like this one. She looks absolutely tormented. I kind of like it. But it's tormented in a funny way. I'm not just laughing at a child. Look. She's like, oh god! It's kind of silly. Needs a magnifying glass for the PC to play. Yeah, I just realized how far off it is for you guys. This one is less funny. Is that a person? So Avi, enjoy someone suffering. It just looks so silly. I think that's me for real. Oh yeah, you can see the art on the side. Really crispy. This is really good. Tormented is both a very apt description of what she's going through and also arguably underselling it. Jesus Christ, this does seem like a very scary game. Alright, look at this. This image, I cannot encapsulate how detailed this thing is. I mean, I can because I'm showing in 250, 60, 2560 today by mistake. Avi likes tormenting women. Howdy everybody. Hello, Cotton Cuddler. 250p. What was I gonna say? Where were we? Oh, dear lord. This art style is delicious. This art style is sick as hell. Oh my god. I'm probably spoiling it for myself, but dear lord. The background has some remarkable detail, yeah. This is insane. They had a Clock Tower 2, which was PS2, I think, and a sequel. Then Clock Tower 3 was an entirely different story. That is interesting. I would think about Clock Tower 2. Clock Tower. And since this is a lot easier, because it's just a port... what about the animation that is... Oh, I see one friend wants this game. I see Becco. Fucking Christ. That scared me. Chicken, this remind me that game where you turn into a roach. There's a game where you turn into a roach? My room just got painted, so I'm breathing paint fumes right now, so who knows what might happen. It's called Bad Mojo. I never heard of that. I need to look into... Is it on Steam? Ooh, discount from $19.99 to $14. $13.99. The 95 art style is so beautiful. It really is. I've never seen anything like it. I mean... Hold on. Let me read the Steam page. What was the enemy on the ship? I forgot what I was saying. Hold on. Oh, Becco, did you remember the name of the Clock Tower-esque game that happened on the ship? That's what Sid asked. Oh, if I recall, it was from a few people who did create original Clock Tower, but it was a slop. Wait, what? Bad Mojo. Haven't heard that name in years. Really? Can we watch Bad Mojo's intro too? Of course. Why is your tag BugTuber? Where's your stinger? Where's your antenna? Where's your chitin? I'm a BugTuber. I say I'm a bug, so I'm a bug. My antennas are in my glasses, but they're still there. And I like hexagons, okay? I thought you guys were talking about Watch Mojo. Those are very different things, you Zuber. We'll get to watching Bad Mojo, not Watch Mojo. Don't you dare. Her chitin is on the inside. Yeah, my chitin is in my cheek, the little cute triangle thing. I don't know why I made them into like little shapes, but they stuck. They're very cute. what was I gonna say? Turn back the clock for the pioneer of survival horror. Really? Translated and released outside of Japan. Oh, this is a Japanese game. Revival of the 16-bit classic that dares you to explore the haunting confines of the Barrows family manor. As a teenage orphan, Jennifer, you must search every disturbing corner to find items, reveal secrets, and discover ways to evade Scissor Man, a murderous, unstoppable, shear-wielding psychopath. Play original mode to experience a clock tower as it was when it initially released in 1995, or play rewind mode. Yeah, it's rewind mode. With extra content and improvements. Additional features include a new animated intro. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, this was not in the 95 version. Opening and ending vocal theme songs, motion comics, creator interview, art gal. Oh my god, wait. Motion comics. That's what we saw earlier.
Alice_the_Alhoon gifted a sub to none_VT.
Alice, thank you so much for giving a sub to None. I appreciate that a lot. That's really nice. Are they cute or are they problematic? Watch Mojo's top 10 cancelable RVB moments. It would actually say 0 because I am very, very nice and so nice to everyone. Goated Will Smith reference streamer. Thank you. Okay, what was it saying? Motion comics, that's what we saw earlier. Creator interview, that is awesome. Art gallery, border artwork, that's what I saw earlier. Save states. Wait, was there no save states in the original? And a music player. I don't know what a music player entails, but that's interesting. The clock is ticking. Can you survive? Scissor Man, hi, I'm 9mm Man. Nice to meet you. I like that. I just realized you have white Anglo-Saxon person as one of your tags. Yeah, Eureka, when I debuted, I did not know that Wasp was already an accurate. Who the fuck gifted me something? Who gifted me a game? Who gifted me a game right now? I just realized, I didn't know when I debuted it that the acronym, there was an acronym for Wasp. I googled it and it turned out to be exactly the opposite of who I am. Except the Anglo part, I would say. White Anglo-Saxon person. I am brown as hell. D'Angelo, I'm checking. Let's see. Notifications. Oh, I see who it is. Game about the Rella, Avi. Thank you. It's from Nayu. Wasp! Brown ass something person. Okay, that's extremely funny. I was assuming it was ironic, but I didn't get the joke. Yeah, it is ironic. I am very brown. Don't worry. Don't worry. In our hearts, you still have Karen energy. Don't say that. Brown Anglo-Saxon person. That's really evil. Yeah, Nightcry is on Steam too. Heard it didn't have great reception. What's Nightcry? Is that the fan game you guys were talking about earlier? It was not, but thank you, not you. You should watch the Harvester trailer. Okay, hold on. We'll watch Harvester after we watch Bad Mojo, which Nayu just got from me right now. Thank you. Spiritual successor to Clock Tower. Oh god. Translated and brought out. Choose from original mode or rewind mode. Quality of life refinements is very nice. What would you guys like to do if we do play this game? Would you rather do like an original mode or rewind? I don't mind either way. Depending on how fast I finish this game too. What's the how long to beat time? Same creator, spiritual successor. Oh, Harvester. I hardly know her. I like that one. A real gringa en el interior /J. How could you say that to me, KJ? Original Clock Tower has some real BS in it, fair warning. Oh god. So maybe the remake would be the better one. I would assume so because of the fixes of the bug fixes and stuff, and also the cool additional stuff. When can I throw games at you, Avi? I promise to throw very crisp games at you. I'm scared. I'm scared. Okay, I'll add you. Type in this very long name. Or just look up Mexican Hunting Wasp and copy the scientific name. Cardi, my evil twin. I have no idea what you're referencing and you're scaring me. As a joke. Have a good day, ladies. We'll wait for you for the other game. We're gonna have an ad in about 2 minutes, so I'll talk about this game for 2 more minutes, and then we're gonna give Nayu's game Bad Mojo a talk as well as the view of the trailer, and then we'll talk about Harvester. I've never heard of either 3 of these games. Run, Hide, and Survive. Oh god, I'm scared. From what I've heard, the rewind is more enjoyable, yeah. Clock Tower was released in a time where forcing you to go through obscure nonsense to extend game time was normal. Yeah, that's about why my cutoff is 95, because I'm like, how much of this is going to be, like, padded runtime? And as someone that's a really bad gamer, I don't need that. I don't need that. And then how much of it is just like, we want you to rent these out for longer. We're going to make this hard for you. Does that make sense? I'm definitely coping with being a bad gamer, but I don't want to really go into games where there needs to be a guide. I mean, I say that, but I play Metal Gear, but like, you know what I mean? Like, extremely difficult, no reason. Bad Mojo is the same dev as Harvester. Got you. Okay. Can you watch Diddy Kong Racing's intro after Bad Mojo and Harvester? Okay, hold on. You really want me to talk about Diddy Kong's racing? I know you do, Backlinky. I will try to. Are you at work today? Are you off today? How are your schedule? We literally do not have the cartridge space to fit as much games as we want, so we're gonna make it so you can't possibly get through the section in one attempt reasonably. That is so sad. RIP. Yeah, she had to look up how to unlock the snake/Otacon smooch scene. Yeah, there was like... and that was very hard going through Google, okay? They kept showing me fanfic and I had to stop being distracted, alright? You gotta understand my plight. Alright, let me see if my email is from my school. Hold on. I need a pee. My laundry! And in the break, I'm gonna go do my laundry. I'm gonna put my washer to be my dryers. Alright, see you guys. me? I'm back. Okay, I'm back. I had a pee too. Ads, I got Jolly Ranchers gummies. Ooh, Jolly Rancher gummies. Wait, yeah. Apple Store, Taco Bell, eye exam, KFC Dunkin' Bucket. Actually, I live somewhere where I can access KFC now. That's awesome. Avispa jump scare. Ooh, I hope I didn't scare you that much. That was fast. I told you guys, I just needed her to put my washer into dryer. So if I had to put laundry into the washer, that would have taken even longer. KFC is disgusting. All right, I'm here now. Sorry if I sound winded. I don't know. I hope you use soap for my dryer. Yes. Wait, did I use soap for my laundry? Yes, I did. Yes, they smelled very nice. Can I get one drink from that 6-pack? Absolutely, dude. Hello, Angel. Wait, did you just lob the whole wrinkled pile into the dryer? Absolutely, dude. No rhyme or reason. Listen, all I'm saying is I never had a problem mixing my colors with my whites, so I think I'm good. I don't know anything about laundry. All I know is I do this. I put the soap, I put this washer, and then done. Friend invite sent. I hope you don't get intimidated by my Steam power level. I will accept your gift, by the way. What was I talking about? New animated this one. Oh my god, Ryuki, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. How are you guys doing? Hello. My name is Avi. I'm a Mexican honey wasp who happen to like hexagons. Not a bee. And we're talking about older game. Oh my god, Metroid 2. Speaking of retro, hello. I don't know if I could ever do Metroid. That's scary. Like I said, I'm leaning more into like more retro, hopefully more horror as well. Because horror has been really fun. Hard, difficult for sure, but entertaining. Yeah, she's not a bee. She's a bee. Dear Lord, you're just like my roommate. Listen, if nothing is broke, don't fix it. Wait, you're a what, honey wasp? I missed the first word. Oh, I'm a Mexican honey wasp. There you go. Silent Hill 4 the room. Okay, I do need to touch Silent Hill 4 the room eventually. You're right. You're so right. I've played through 1 and 2 so many times because of the UFO ending. Oh my god. Did 3 have a UFO ending? If you need a raid and run, that's totally okay with me. I hope you had a really fun stream though. And you still need to do 2 meg. Okay, listen, all I'm saying is I don't think that shit's gonna run with my model. I can't. I don't think I can. What was I gonna say? See, I heard Michigan and I was pretty sure that wasn't correct. Yes, Michigan, the state very well known for its bug population in a very cold climate. Actually, now that I say that, I don't know what the weather is like in Michigan every season. To my knowledge, we don't have any specialized species of wasps. Yeah. Wait, we? Oh, don't tell me you're from Michigan. That would have been extremely funny if the streamer you're watching is from the same state you are in and sounds very nothing like I belong there. I like in Silent Hill the room when the guy said, I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark. Yeah, the game is a bit hard without a guide. Yeah, I understand, man. Or woman, or whatever. Man, I use man gender neutrally. What do you mean? You did a test run of it a while ago and it ran fine with it. I guess it did, but I don't know. I'm still hesitant. I'm gonna dox myself. Michigan resident here. We get warm summers with many bugs. Thank you so much for stepping forward, Hydration, for this information. Michigan, Report from Hell is a peak game. Wait, that's a real game? That's funny. My nana lives in Detroit. No way. Don't ask me where Detroit is from. I do not know. Colorado, right? No. Detroit, Colorado. No, Transformers was in it. Philadelphia. No. Fuck. Yeah, no. I see a singular ant in my sink yesterday. Well, you gotta start putting in bug spray. You better start cleaning your dishes now, not you. You can't leave it around the house anymore. We have a pretty big amount of bugs in the summer around here, too. Yeah, me too. My brother likes to eat food in the room. What I've done. Detroit, New Mexico. Oh, yes, famous for being the place where Walter cooked his meth. I can't wait for the next Antarctica. Don't wish that upon me. We have, I'm never gonna come home again. What was I gonna say? Yes, I live in Michigan. It does get pretty cold, but not all the time around here. All right, let me go hydrate. Please, 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 shut up. Hold on. I don't know if, where's the one? Let me make it so that I don't look in the camera all the time. Because I see my character looking. The camera will follow the character's head. Follow character speed. There was a button to not do that, and I can't find it. Oh, but your eyes are so pretty. Yes, but I want to look away. I don't want you guys getting the wrong idea. And being silly. Oh yeah, I can't find it. Maybe here? Enabled? Hold on, let me scratch my nose. It might be here. No, it's not. That's okay. That's okay. I don't need to disable it, but I think it'd be funny. I'm only eyeing with chatters. Yeah. Neck machine broke. Pretty much. Hold on, wait, hold on. Main properties. Transform. Okay, like I was saying. Okay, now we're gonna talk about Nayu's game. Now that the adverts are over, just for funsies. I really like your guys' recommendation. Thank you, Becca, for the recommendation, by the way, for this game. I've never heard about it before. It barely makes the cutoff. I was like, wow, 1995. I've never played right now I'm thinking like, what is gonna be the oldest game I've played? I think that'd be a really cool like end of the year stat. Damn, she spread the booger out. Shut up! I'm scratching my nose for like the top of it. Or is stop? Okay, right hand? No, no. Yes? Peace. No? Okay, no. Disable. Okay, it's not gonna do that. That's fine. That's fine. I'll live with that. Blinking. Look at IK. Okay, I can't find it, so I'm not gonna try to find it. Transform, contract, controller, follow character, field of view, transparent. Oh, I feel bad. There's not much better. You can pick it. We accepted that. You are silly. No, I am not picking up my nose. I don't know what I... No, I wouldn't. I'm not a child. I am not a baby. I am a full-grown woman. Okay, back to the game. So, now the next one we're going to talk about is from Nayu. Let me get it out right now before, like, bedtime. I didn't need to say. Hi, Cold Blood! Okay, now we know that stream has to end right now. Just kidding, just kidding. We're actually going to talk more, Cold Blood. Right now, we are watching some trailers for things on Steam right now. If you guys have any games that are older, that are on stream, that are on Steam, I will be so happy. I will be way more likely to get those. For sure. Okay. Because like these two recommendations, I'm like, dang, these are really good. Yeah, check Discord. Just end it. End my life. I'm kidding. I love Cold Blood. How old? Probably older than 1995. Sorry, younger than 1995. What was I saying? Okay. Oh my god, the fact that this is like a night dive studio. Oh my god. I'm interested in I Have No Mouth, perhaps. I read the story a bunch of times. Seems someone played Bad Mojo not too long ago. Alright, then let's get ready to... Is there a trailer? No, there's no trailers! There's no... Oh my fucking... What am I looking at? Enhance! Oh, there is a trailer. There is. I'm silly. Okay, hold on, Steam. Let me enhance. And of course you can autoplay. I'm okay with that. Whoa, I'm jealous of that guy.
All my life, I've felt helpless, cheated, stepped on. I was always the little man.
This audio.
Square peg, the forgotten one.
Oh dear Lord.
Everything was gonna change.
I love this voice acting. It's so funny. Oh, the graphics here look so slimy. I wish there was a way to fix... I wish Steam video player was less hellish. This is cool. It looks like I'm watching like a Goosebumps Animorphs combination.
This time, I was in control.
Bug! Bad mojo. That's cool. I dig the vibes of this game so hard. Kain, this might be your game. Did he just become a bug? He did. Oh my god. This image out of context is crazy, dude. What's going on here? Just a normal little story. Game is so goofy. I like that. Nope, gotta tuck NCD in again. Wait, hello, what are you guys talking about? But we need to stream till 3 a.m. for Sea-Dog. Oh, by the way, Sea-Dog was just sick. That's why he disappeared. He's good, though. Yeah, I heard from Sea-Dog. I was like, Sea-Dog, is everything okay? He's like, no, yeah, I just needed some good sleep. I'm like, that's fair. Bro probably got ligma. Anyway, I'm not gonna insult him when he's not here. Anyways, back to this thing. Download full-size version. I'm pretty sure the full size would be smaller than this thing. This is an awesome... Sorry, that sounds really bad. This is kind of beautiful cinematography. The way it slices this an angle. I hate this subject matter. This is upsetting. That's the bug. Enhanced Psycho Wasp. And then, oh my god. This kind of looks like it can't be that bad. These look like fresh ingredients. So I'm sure it's just because of the lighting. This looks atrocious, but this just looks like beans. That's nature, Avi. Yeah. Things die. What was I gonna say? Oh wait, hold on. I think these are bugs because it's like crawling in here. Ew, yucky. Okay, that's not as tasty. You guys want some? What do you call it? Slop? Gruel. You guys want some gruel? Is there a specific channel / thread in the Discord for Game Rex? There is, but it is subscriber only right now. Someone call Gordon Ramsay. Oh wait, I see the bug right here. This is like a. Do you see it? Do you see it? Kind of thing, and it's kind of funny. I love it. Oh god, bug equals protein. Oh god, you're one of those people. You think bugs will be good sources for food? Nah, I think everything was made to look gross. Alright, this is just a picture of a woman. Butterfly, bug. Avi hates non-paying grubs. I just know that if I allow it for non-subs too, it might be a little bit overwhelming. Valid. Yeah, that it's a skill issue on my part. But Eureka, what are your recommendations though, if you want to like toss them out there? The forum is more so like a way for me to organize and elaborate on gaming ideas and stuff and like discuss the possibility of emulating each of them. Oh my god, play! Is this you guys? This is me tuning into the Avi stream. I like that. Oh wait, no, this is a VHS player, so he's playing it. Makes perfect sense. Yeah, but no, I totally understand. What game would you think of, Eureka? You're cool. You're cool. The roach brick from the Train movie. The roach brick was kind of phenomenal as a concept. This is so sad. Wait, who the fuck did this to this guy? Why is this blue? What's going on? Every screenshot I see from here is just confusing me more and more. I'm getting less answers of what this game's about. Ew, worm. There's the bug, smoke, butterflies, I think. What? Ugh, I kind of like this ugly rig. Is that Pope Francis? Play and find out. Well, this will have to be soon. Oh my goodness. Ooh. This is what happens to me when I look in the mirror, you guys. Okay. Hi, Sea-Dog! Make it 4 a.m. and I'll watch. If you can't do that, I know she fake. What? It's the Pickle Rick episode! Hi, Sea-Dog. We were just talking about you. Hope you're feeling better now. What were we gonna say? Full audio. There's no subtitles in this game, which is actual hell on earth. Even better though, if you have game recommendation and you put it on the forum, if there's some way to mod it to be like funny or more accessible, I would love that. There's things I don't know anything about with modding and retro stuff. That'd be really cool. The dog. For those with a taste for the creepy / weird and a willingness to see through the grime of the world into the heart of the spirit, Bad Mojo is an extraordinary adventure. Alright, I'm not reading reviews. Oh! Y'all are boomers. Oh my god. I heard they were. Someone was spilling my secrets. Am I allowed to name your chatter? Depends on the chatter. Oh, let me pause this. Oh, so jealous. Boomer, I hardly know her. Funny. You know, I think it's kind of funny that Seadog came in when Lady left, huh? Makes you start thinking. Without a doubt, it's not for the faint-hearted. Inside a seedy, dilapidated bar. Oh god, we're in San Francisco. Your dreams of escape are about to be realized. But remembering one last keepsake, you are suddenly seized by its magic, and your transformation begins. From within the damp walls of Eddie's bar, you emerge a cockroach. Enter a world of perilous puzzles and bizarre perspectives. What you discover may shock you. What you don't may kill you. Wait, what you don't may kill you. Wait, what you discover may shock you. What you don't may kill you. Either way, you won't come out the same person. You may not even come out a person at all. More than 800 navigable scenes are rendered in stunning high-resolution detail. Live-action video and spine-tingling music will drag you into the dark, disturbing atmosphere of Bad Mojo. Prepare yourself. It will take all of your skill to crawl out. Game features. Oh wow, that's the description. Play as a scientist turned cockroach in this cult classic adventure. Maneuver through a dark and dilapidated San Francisco building. Totally original premise, great graphics and design, updated FMV, terrific exploration and discovery with organic obstacles. What? This game may contain content not appropriate for all ages or may not be appropriate for viewing at work. I like that it says viewing at work. There might be boobs in this game. You play as a cockroach. Yep, that's it. But it's quite good and original and has an honest sense of humor. It's super cheap. Try it out. It works straight out of the box. Deck included. That's awesome. I'm not reading that next one. That's funny. San Francisco. That explains the rats. Actually, I haven't seen a rat in San Francisco yet. Become bug, just like Gregor Samsa. Based and true, Kaiten. That is interesting. I'm getting the most vague plot line. And you know what? I'm excited. 175 people have rated this very positive. And it was released in February 29th of 1996. That is interesting. What is FMV, though? First movie video? Famous? No. Instead of a pickle, we are a roach. My coworkers would enjoy watching it. I don't care. Yeah, you think your coworkers are gonna like sing like a rat in a trap? Actually, I don't want to show it on stream. It makes me sad. You be careful. Your coworkers may not like this. A bug reading. Oh god, I moved too fast. A butterfly. That's a bullseye butterfly. What was I saying? God, I'm getting... Oh, full motion video. Thank you, Kaiten. It's not you being old. It's me having a skill issue. Is that Miku? Sorry. Not that one. This one. Right here. Oh my god, Atari Family Spring Sale. Is that Roller Coaster Tycoon? It is. That's funny. They are pretty much psychos, so I'm pretty sure I'm alright. And this is how we find out that Seadog doesn't have coworkers. It's just him. Miku, 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 ooh. FMV, female Mia Avispa. It works. It works barely, but it works. Anyways, what was I saying? Ladies will be here soon. That is funny. I didn't... Hold on. 1 gigabyte of RAM. And behind that not Miku girl is a giant bug girl standing there. I'm looking at that game right now. Oh my god, wait, you're right. There is a bug girl. I didn't even notice that. Hold on, I'm gonna cover my screen. I must explore. Oh my god, Kaiten's right. There's a bug woman. Oh, she looks so cool. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Who is she? Hey Abby, I have hold on, let me cover this again. Hey Abby, I have a game I may like to recommend. It's not super old or horror, but it is cheap and pixelated. Would that be okay? What is it? I'm fascinated. Ew, where's my raid spray? You're a hater. You're a hater and hate. I hate you. I don't hate you. You don't understand how pretty she is. Oh my god, even her wings. If you enhance to this bug woman. If you enhance, you see little motherboard looking wires in there again. I can be a hater again. Don't, no, please. Look at that. It's really pretty. I love the detail in that. It looks very much like they painted it. Sorry, that they colored it in with colored pencils, and that's gorgeous. For a digital art, it looks very traditional, and it might be. Yeah, it might actually be traditional that got scanned. Oh, dear lord, she snatched. This bug woman snatched. Imagine the two. Nothing. I wish our bug woman looked that shiny. She is very purple and blue and green. Super amazing wagon adventure. It's a very nonsensical side-scrolling roguelike. Roguelike sounds awesome. Hold on. iRobot. That fussy gotta be snatched as well. Dang, you're thinking ahead. Wait, hold on. Why is her wagon kind of all the way over there? I'm intrigued. Kind of look into this and then don't keep. Is it here? No. Here? No. Bug butt lift. Brazilian bug lift. Hold on. There it is. Found you. Hold on, let me cover my screen just so I don't see anything saucy by accident. We're getting distracted because we're waiting for Lady to come back, and then we'll watch Harvester. This is the launch trailer. It says its publisher is Atari, and that kind of scares me.
Cute robot?
Where's Bug Woman? I don't see her. I don't see her. Okay, I'll show you guys this. Pause. Sorry, the Steam likes to autoplay. Oh, you already found it. Yeah, it looks cool enough. I'll at least throw it into the Discord suggestions. Okay, there you go.
Oh, hey.
Oh dear lord, she's wearing pants like me.
Easy peasy.
I'm in my head. I already thought you can just model that into Avi if you really want to as a mod.
Later.
I don't know shit about fuck to do that, but you could. The only thing that would need to be fixed is boots, the hair, glasses, and that's it. She's cute. I like her.
Seriously?
Where's the bug?
1 hour to mentally recharge before getting roped into saving the galaxy.
Hee, that font. Hacker, wait, the cool tech. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, you guys. Everyone complains going, ooh, I hate when there's quirky characters or so. Oh my god, bug.
Apparently I'm getting my steps in today.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm the target audience. I go, ha! Oh, you get wings. Wait, oh my god. Buggables, no bug booty for us. Hold on. What was it saying?
You are in over your head, Miss King.
Bug.
Do you even know who hired you?
I told you there was shady stuff going on at Kotek.
Where's the bug woman? I like this because you can kind of see this as a wings. That's fascinating. Found you a bug dating sim. Really? For me? I'm barely getting over a fever. You're gonna kill me, Pookie. Late/long response. Thank you. Anyway, like I said, Okami is IMO, one of the best games of all time. And it came out in 2006? I could have sworn it came out like really earlier. But the HD version is on Steam, is very available. If you're looking for something older though, I'd say either Chrono Trigger or Yoshi's Island. I wouldn't mind Okami. I should probably watch into that as well. I did promise Donkey Kong. Mac Lanky. No! No, Mac Lanky just messaged saying I have to go to work. I guess I also have to do that along with training. I'm sorry, Mac Lanky. Oh, I miss him already. I realized I could have looked at Diddy Kong for him. Oh, I'm sorry, Mac Lanky. Wilk women's rich ladies. Parasocial. I just want to keep track of everyone. Oh, did he say earlier he was at work? Damn it. Oh wait, look, there's the Jesus frog. Hold on, let me rewind it a little bit. I was just like, there's a little Jesus fish symbol. I'm covering it, of course I am, but it's in the corner. Take down Kotek!
Guess they'll see them soon enough.
Ah, that's funny. Sorry, I like quirky characters. Can you blame me? That's surprising Atari is still here. I never knew that. She's cute. She has my pants.
Colored console that rewrote my DNA, I guess. And now my hands shoot lasers.
That's so cool. I like this. I like this so much. I think it's cool. I think this is a cool game. Maybe it's just me because I'm a zoomer and everything's shiny and pretty, and also her humor isn't that bad. It's cute and tolerable, and I will laugh at every joke. That looks like a very Dragon Ball Z coded character. I like that. Pretty late. I'm locked in. I'm locked in. I'm locked in. Fuck. She's so pretty. This is good too. This is good too. We found her. Another hot bug lady. I can't wait for my new headsets to come in. I'm excited for you. I like the MC. Me too. I love the MC. Also, yeah, Okami was originally a late PS2 game. There was released on the Wii later, and then the HD in 2011. That is so interesting. I remember Chia playing it, and it looked really... I could have sworn I saw trailers for it earlier. Maybe I'm a psycho. I need to look into Okami, but thank you, Erika. Luckily, someone has it on the recommended, so I will look more into that as well. Chia, who's a good friend of the channel, also said... that she would love it if I played Okami as well. So I'll think about it. Also, hi ladies, are you back? Spider! She's so pretty! Circles her food. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Look at her design. I like her silhouette. I love long sleeves like this. They're... Oh! She started too soon. Who put it? Chicken put it in the game form. He did, yeah. But Chia commented that she would be really happy if I did play it. Wings!
Be realized.
Spider! Scorpion! With big... What the... Okay, hold on. I want to go into that one frame of the spider lady. Oh, she looks so cool. I like how cool she looks. Oh, she stabs!
How many dead humans or hackers
Mail on stream? Sorry.
Easy peasy.
Whoa, this art is so different from everything we just saw. I like the line art in this one. That is so delicious. Hold on, let me enhance. Look at that. It's so clean, but the coloring is so dirty. I love that. And then hers is very interesting. There's a name for it where you use like relative colors. And it's so... Her pants look awesome. I have the same pants. I yeeted Wolf Among Us for Ami game. I saw Chia is not a friend of the channel. She's your sister wife. She's not my sister wife. If you get into Metroidvanias, Chetta will freak. We will see about that. I believe there's a new name for Metroidvanias now for Zoomers like me that don't know what the hell Metroid or Castlevania is. I need to look into that. Damon, what's it called again? They got the Mexican filter on her. It's not Mexican filter. Also, this game is part of a series of games with bugged people. At least it seems that way from a glance. There's more? Wait, there actually is more. 2011? There's a hot bug woman here. I see. So it's a revival from Atari game. I see. Oh, the reviews are very mixed. It's probably like the port. Yeah, rail shooter stuff. Yeah, okay. Back to this. Lady, now that you're here, let's go ahead. We got distracted because of a pretty bug lady behind Miku lookalike. She could play Shantae. I think... Okay, hold on. That's so funny. Do they... Don't autoplay. Harvester! Yeah, we just found out that Bad Mojo is the same creators as... Or... Developer, publisher? I don't know how these things work. as a No Mouth and Harvester. Oh God! Don't worry, this isn't my real birthday or anything. I always put January 1st and then 1999. By the way, people born in this date are like 26 now, or 5, 6. I'm trying to think of what games have bug girls in them besides Darkstalker, but I doubt you have much interest in getting into old school fighting games. As a Latina, I have to. But as someone with a major gaming skill issue, I can't, but I want to. Hi, Abby. I was wondering if you could please take a month off from renting your car. Your huge amount of silly intimidates me and distracts me from knowing that we share the same roads now. Also, please try to be less yippy. I have sensitive ears. No. It's the same default, so you can pass the age restriction quick. No, I do that manually. Wait, is it actually... I don't think so. At least I changed the year. I remember changing it. I could be wrong. Get a cool wife who is in love with retro fighting game. Oh, God. I'm not gonna collect wives. I have one. It is the same for me. Oh, okay, never mind then. Okay. Anyways, never put your real birthday on anything. Ooh, I'm so jealous of this tentacle guy every single time I see him. This is a sick icon, though.
Seek enlightenment or want my attention.
Hello? Something's wrong with the town of Harvest. Wait, this looks fantastic. Did Jerma play this? The residents are quite right. I like this.
The human mind.
Oh my God.
Seeks to categorize phenomena. If you're interested in reviving
Zax!
the decaying corpse that is your memory.
Steve's amnesia keeps away the truth. How convenient.
What is at issue is whether in answering the question you will find the answers you seek.
Harvest. The answer lies in the Harvest Lodge.
Initiates may enter the hall of the Order of the Harvest Moon. You always have a choice, Initiate. Which choices you make matter only Whatever occurs in here is relevant to the great question, which you cannot help but answer.
I love this game. This looks like the cheesiest little 90s game I've ever seen. It's like a horror movie that you can touch and play with. I like that. It has everything. It has really interesting narrator voice. It has women with boobies out. It has that style of, what do you call it? The Midwest dressing. The diner scenario gives Midwest, at least to me, as someone that's in the West. Oh God, jump scare. Can I enhance? There you go. wait, can I just talk about how the first picture? Examine the sex toys. I would have thought that was, wait, why is there a bull there? Yeah, that like 50 style, exactly, like a middle of nowhere diner that always has like a 50 style going on. Sex toy rating scene. Yeah, of course. No, it's not rating it. It's just examining. You have to understand. I only know how this is used because of Hunchback of Notre Dame, where you put your hands in there and then your head in there as well. If I didn't know any better, if this was my first time seeing this device, I'd be like, do you just put your penis in there? Ass on full display. Oh my God! Wait, you're right. Let's not look in that one. All right, there you go. And then there she is, the star of the show. And oh dear Lord, oh dear goodness. So Steve, bet you don't remember me. Heard about that short in the old wiring. I'm Fire Marshal Sparky, head of your fire department. Oh dear Lord, what's going on in here? Are they painting him? That's funny. And the MC is is he actually grubbing? Yeah, he probably is. Penis while your balls are stretched to the other two hoods. Whose penis are fitting in there? The fuck? I don't know. I don't know what things are for stuff. Like, where was the sex room? Like the cow. What do you have to do with this guy? What do you do with him? How's having a cow in your room like sexy? It looks like a mouth. Rah! An old man going, rah! Pixel. Well, it's based on the 50s American stereotype, more or less. Oh, yeah, I like these glasses. Oh, so it's like the 90s making fun of the 50s. I see. Oh, that's all the screenshots. I like her mole in there. Very sexy. I like that you call it Pinar. How large do you think those are? I don't know. I don't know anything. But luckily, I've already seen like how those things are used, so that's what I would have assumed if it was my first time seeing it. Why is it similar to mouthwashing? That kind of scares me. Don't autoplay Steam. Stop it. Where is it? You wake up one morning to a town full of strangers and inexplicable sights. You share your home with your not-so-perfect family, and your supposed fiancé lives next door. Then you are plunged into a nightmare. Your fiancé is missing, and you find a hideous bloody skull and spinal cord draped across her bed. Is it hers? What's going on? The only clue left behind is an engraved invitation for you to enter the Order of the Harvest Moon, a mysterious organization that controls the town in a way you don't or can't understand. Is the Order behind this gruesome execution? What are their motives? One thing is certain. You're going to get to the bottom of this killing. You're going to get to the bottom of this killing or die trying. It has sensitive topics similar to mouthwashing. It is also a psychological horror. I see. Thank you, ladies. What was I gonna say? It's my penis, guy. It's my penis, guys. Stop judging it. It's Erie, Indiana, but messed up. Can you point to Indiana on the map for me? No. Not appropriate or viewing at work, frequent violence or gore. Oh dear lord. So it gets pretty bloody, huh? Definitely not for the squeamish. Why is this advertising review similar to the other one, where it's like, for those with a liking of the strange, unusual, and downright revolting, or just a taste for great adventure games? I can't hesitate to recommend it. Oh, it's also Spanish, huh? The most violent adventure game of all time. That kind of scares me. Hi, Loki Cat. I hope you're doing okay. Oh my god, 43 months.
3D Avi Lavis meltdown.
It has been it is 3D Avi. Hi, it's nice to see you. Hi. I like seeing you. I'm glad you're here for 43 months. That's a big milestone. 4 times 12 is 48. Oh dear lord. Revolting enjoyers be feasting on these games. I love when games make me revolt. Postal Squared. Huh, this studio. Is it the same studio? Why is this in my library? 2012? Sorry, not a recommendation because the game is super mid, but in terms of gameplay, but have you ever heard the game Buck Bumble? I've never heard that before. The Game Grumps had to censor it a few times. Oh dear lord. That is interesting. Thank you for letting me know, ladies. Who cares about the gore if the Spanish scares me before that? Yeah, they're gonna use vosotros, and that's terrifying. Avi, if you want a game that feels like it was designed in the 90s, 2000s, but is spooky, look up At Dead of Night. It's a point-and-click spooky game. Very high quality. Ooh, I wouldn't mind looking into that. That's okay. Please don't show porn. Please don't show porn. Please don't show porn. Okay, good. Oh my god. I like that they got a YouTuber in here. Let's go. Wait, when was this made? 2020. Oh, November 2020. Oh. It's a part horror film, part horror game, and part ghost hunt. It blends live action and graphics to create a unique, immersive horror experience like no other. Baggy Cat.
Where are you? You all went off and left me behind.
British. Jimmy Hall has his secrets.
Ah, Maya, I presume. Oh, don't be alarmed.
Is that... Seaview Hotel is haunted. Is that Green Goblin guy? Ah, British accent. They know the truth about Jimmy. Unless they're Australian, I can't tell the difference. It's all live action and it's a video game, but Jimmy can't let you find out. Jimmy, that's okay, you can tell us. In-game oh my god, wait, this is in-game footage. Why does it have Breaking Bad noise? I like that. I dig it. What instrument is that? It kind of reminds me of Outlast in a way. Like how when I watched... This game is super crazy to look at. But when I saw Outlast for the first time, I was like, wow, that's so crazy and realistic. It's kind of like how I feel like with this game. It's my eye hates it, but I dig it. It's very Outlast era, if that makes sense. Tex!
Movie Cowboy just subscribed.
Hi Tex, how are you doing?
Your stream title hurts me and you should feel bad. Love is wub.
No, I don't feel bad. It's true. Hold on. This thing won't let me flip you very good. Hold on. It's because of the way I'm standing. It's true, though. It's true. You and I are getting old in a rapid pace. There you go. This is better. This is better. I don't look cool with it. Anyways, on me lunch break. How's she going? It's going great. Thank you. Flip us? No, that was just for text. Anyways, Buck Bumble is an N64 third-person shooter where you play as a mutated cyborg bumblebee. Very amusing concept, mediocre gaming, although the title theme goes really hard for some reason. Buck Bumble is about a bee? That is actually really crazy. I'm interested in that premise alone. Eureka, I'm sure the gameplay is like really mediocre. Thank you for putting this on my radar. What a day to be in 3D. Hi, Dulspoon. Shut up about the passage of time. Hey, Tex, it's been 2 years since you've streamed. Smiles. Zapter. I remember Buck Bumble. Oh my god, really? What was I gonna say? It's genuinely good. The gameplay is fun. The visuals are cool, and the writing is competent. I like that. That's the standard sometimes for like horror genre. Sometimes. That's true. Stream again. That's true. Stream again right now, Tech. No, don't do it because I wouldn't be able to watch it. Actually, what time is this? Like 3, right? Almost 3. When you're being chased by a psychopath. Ooh, don't remind me. I know my anniversary is coming up, but I don't remember the number anymore. You're kidding. Wait, you mean like the number of years is 2 now? Or like... Yeah. How does it feel now, Tex? You were making fun of me when you hit my 24-month anniversary. You're all like, old man. Genuinely don't. That's funny. That's so real. I think it's gonna be my 4th anniversary. The horror scene is a rough state at the moment, and we are being killed by mascot horror.
You need to log on.
Shut up! He streamed during the dark times. Yeah. I was gonna say. Yeah, right now, horror is in a bit of a weird state of mascot and analog. I think analog horror slop is a very funny thing. Because back then it was like, whoa, analog. Technology is scary. I put in this VHS tape and it plays a DVD screen. Anyways, let's keep watching this one though. We have like 20 seconds left. Owie! At dead of night. I feel bad for Jimmy, man. He can't talk about his problem. Oh, dear lord. Came back for round 2. The tide of terror sweeping the world. I like this. This looks awesome and terrifying. It's like if Outlast was really well lit, and that kind of scares me. The puzzles look very intriguing. Christmas. Oh, because November 19th. 20 seconds left to live? No. Why are you so happy about that? Yippee! Oh god. It's been my opinion that analog horror fails because motherfuckers fail to realize it's an ingredient. It's like trying to serve people a clove of garlic on its own. That's true, ladies. Analog horror? Okay, no, I'm thinking of ARG. Analog horror is like the style rather than the thing to be scared of. The writing still has to be good. I didn't expect to learn that video game about bees is a category on Wikipedia. That is extremely funny. Analog horror is so lame. No. Ooh, I played the VHS and saw the scary man get even scarier with scan lines. Ooh. Yeah, I think... Oh, Markiplier! I like Markiplier! Sorry. I like Markiplier, so... Yo, who the fuck is this guy? Oh, sorry. I'm looking at Markiplier. Markiplier's live reaction. Now a good ARG. ARG and analog overlap. Yeah, they do overlap a lot. On God, we should change to digital horror. You know what? Why not? I think this should be something about 2000s horror now. 2000s and 2010. You break into the broken down blockbuster. Wait, no. Why? There should be like a horror movie about like you rent out a DVD from a blockbuster building. You come home, you watch it, and then they tell you 7 days, and then you go, wow, that's crazy. Anyways, I'm gonna return it, and then they go, oh, yeah, there wasn't any Blockbuster, actually. I'm being stupid. Anyone thought of this idea? Bring back creepy pasta. What was I gonna say? What would digital horror look like? You break your USB input because you put it on the wrong side too much. Zoomer horror where the skibbity toilet man pulls you in and now you're in some sewer land with horror. Oh God, you gotta get out. Otherwise, Pomni will find you. I like the VHS horror movies. I think, where's the potential for DVD horror, huh? Wait. Digital horror, 1 week before the year 2000. Y2K, the movie. Ooh. That would be pretty cool of a concept to be like, hey, what if like every nuke did end up exploding itself because of the Y2K bug? Y2K bug, huh? Wait, say that again. Sorry, I like quoting that stupid Fantastic Four scene. They dropped a goofy ass horror game collection. Who's they? You go back and the Blockbuster was actually a Coke. What did you say? Tex, who killed him? Tex, are you done? Y2K bugs, why not? That's why you stopped your joke. Wait, Tex, why did you cut off your own sentence? Who killed you? I swear the word bug just lights up a thing in your brain. I wonder why. Oh God. The Costco guy gives you 5 booms after you die. It's like, what do you call them? Like, oh God. Dead person noises. Ugh. Wait, what were you gonna say, Text, at the end? Like the Blockbuster was actually a cock and then you stopped. It's trash horror collection. Oh, there's a trash horror collection on purpose. Hold on, my leg's asleep. He didn't cut off the sentence, he cut off the cock. Okay, hold on. Wait, there is a game called Trash Horror. Okay, hold on. Cockbuster. Oh my God. That's an awful joke. I hope you know that because I'd take you to that building. Are you? Hold on, I'm in the way. This game looks awesome. This game is sick as hell. And also very loud. Hold on, I can't hear my own thoughts. The glizzy! This is so fun. Oh my God! No way! Oh my God, and it even has these polygons. Oh dear Lord. 4? There were 3 of these games before? Okay, this game kind of seems epic. You gotta put this in the suggestion for me. This was released in 2024, but I'll accept it. Chainsaw Man if you locked in. Oh man, you need to check it out. That's so bad. This game is trash, but like in the way it advertises itself. It's kind of like that one thing where they're like, hey, do you want to click those mobile ad games? You're gonna play those, right? Here it is. That's it. That's the game. The real horror were the tacos he ate that day. Bro's ass was constipated. Bro, it was ready to launch himself like a rocket. Oh, I think I had a buddy play this before. Check it out. Trash Horror 4. Sorry, Trash Horror Collection 4. That 4 looks wicked. It doesn't even look... It looks like 7 upside down. Did you look up the horror demo disc collection? I have not. Horror demo disc... I don't know what you're talking about. Blood. Deer. Game includes deer. Hold on, I gotta zoom in again. Hold on, let me point. Dear! Hold on. Let me enhance the image. There you go. Take a screenshot of that. I'm not doing that myself. Clip. I'm gonna clip it. Pizza Hut, Demo Disc, long may they reign. What are you talking about? Also, why did I call it Demo Disc? Girlie thinks she'll be the next side jack. Have you guys seen that one image that's like, use these as a new meme template? It's like, girl, no one's gonna use that. That's how I feel. On that ominous note, I go back to work. Goodbye, Tex. Have a good day. Sorry, the PS1 horror demo disc. Stop calling it demo, Lobby. Did you ever play Layers of Fear? I've never heard of that game ever. Can you do the same behind the green screen? I can, yes. Let me remember how to do that. Let me remember. Environment. I have to like be aware of where my voice is, otherwise I talk like a frog. Enable directional light, shadow. Stop. Source none. I saw it somewhere where it gave me a green screen option. Let me come back to you. Okay, hold on. Output, screenshot, open screenshot, texture, open image. Okay, I don't think I could find it. Let me hydrate real quick. Wait, pixelated. That looks really bad. Pull up Emma's paint and stretch it. That's funny. Hold on. Hi. Wait, I look cute. Do you see the little dots that make up my eyes? Hi. This is cute. Oh no, Avi isn't safe for work. Hold on. Oh god, I forgot. Good job. Hi. I'm like the stupid, like useless NPC guide. Hi, nice to see ya. You can come at me for any advice. Why am I giving myself a voice like that? You have squibble hands. Hold on. Okay, there. I'm back to being not silly. This, I'm shiny. Well, I'm like a distant memory. Guys, you won't forget me, right? Censored like a cockroach. Oh god. Why did you do an armpit redeem? Hold on. Look, this is what it looks like. Why is Avi hold on, let's increase this. Goodbye. I will go to another world soon. You have to take your meds. I'll be back. Bye. I'm gone. Just a concept in your head. That's crazy. Blue pits. I hate that. What's night vision? This is Metal Gear Solid mode. Also, I'm transparent. Am I transparent or am I crazy? Yeah, I'm crazy. So peaceful. No! Bro thinks he can hide when it shows up on the screen. What's big netting? What's blink? Oh! It's taking over me! Hey guys! I found a thing that could be used to save the world! And then... I got overwhelmed by it. I got eaten by the thing I thought would save the world. That's so silly. I like that. It's supposed to be a blinking thing. What's a texture? No. Venom took over. Okay. I come back to see Avi is now Game Boy colored. What happened? I wanted to be the game. Remember this filter. The blinking one? Or the sensor one? Luckily it's just a button on a camera in Warudo. I'm trying to find the transparent button with the green screen behind me. I know I saw it a couple like literally this morning. I was like looking through like, wow, green screen. The black overlay one. The blinking one that I did, like yeah, okay, got you. The one where it, okay. Skybox. Enable real-time audio sources, character, VMC. I wonder if it's in VMC. Linked, eye split, pendulum, swing. So that's not it. It probably is either an environment. Okay. None. I'll just take out MS Paint if I have to. Skybox. Yeah, okay. MS Paint time. Or no. Disable background. Okay, never mind. It doesn't want me to do that. Yes, okay. Okay, we'll do that. When you're blocked out. Yeah, okay, got you. Why? Did you need it for something? I got you. Got you, bro. It's called Vigilante or something like that. Alright, time for green screen. That's very neon. That's not the color. Almost there? This is gonna hurt everyone's eyeballs, so I apologize. If you're watching this in the dead of night, take care of your eyes. Alright. Let me see. We'll have like this entire month to mess around with the 3D. Okay, there you go. I'll have chat there too. Wait, I could look surprised. What is she doing now? Expressions. Sorrow? That hurt me! Okay, let's not do that. Brows up. And then maybe take away brows up. Look at that! Okay, hold on. Let me fix that one. So that one will be binary. So then I can disable it and disable it without doing that scary thing. Look! Oh, there's an ad. I didn't notice that. There's a taco truck over there, bro. Please, I don't have money. Okay, what else? There's excited. And then there's just that thing. And then, yeah, that's it. That's all. Content. Alright, we got the obby soy jack. Yay! Okay, we got it. Let me close down that stupid window. There you go. Okay, I believe it is already 3, so I will probably end stream soon. After the ads. Probably soon. I'm glad we got to talk about a lot of stuff. 3Ds, it doesn't stop at 2D. At DD, it does not, no. It keeps going and going. Let the memes roll. Oh god, I'm not ready. Damn, Avi, can you say that about people that don't subscribe? No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I know what you're trying to do. Well, also sit, I realized. Never mind. At least someone here can appreciate my mom. Oh god. She's in the game. Who let the creeper inside? Get it away from us. Anyways, I had a really fun time. We'll bring back 3D Avi for the rest of the just chatting parts of this month. Maybe Minecraft. Maybe not the sky block thing that Becca wants me to do. That'll be regular 2D. But yeah, is Avi making fun of us watching it? No, I'm not. I would never. I love all my ad watchers. I love them more than Washaka cheese. And that means a lot. I'll be trying not to pay for more emotes. Wait, what? You're right. Hello, Scribs. Welcome. Thank you so much for coming in. We were just about to hop off, probably. No way you use your model to show us how small the ad watchers look. That's just how my hands are standing. Hold on, let me make it so that I smile. I look so... Let me look content. Look. It's like I'm going to die. Hi, guys. Hi, guys. We're just chilling here. But this month is almost over. It'll carry on for April, probably around. Wait, why are you going to die? I'm not going to die. You're going to die. Also, welcome back from the ads, everyone. I'm sorry to say we're probably going to end stream soon. 3:15. Why do I sound like Porky Pig? That's all, folks. Avi's going to kill us. No, I'm not. Nani? Death and taxes. Before you end, can I see your back? Yeah, of course. You can see my back. With or without the jacket? Do you want me standing or sitting here is fine? Oh, dear Lord. I have a silhouette. Sniffle. Get away! She's graduating in April. Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that. You're gonna scare people. I mean, it's the only certainty we have. You're gonna scare people. Nice back. Thank you. I think it's pretty cool, too. God damn, my shit arches. No! I mean, okay, anyways, I was here waiting for her to stumble on her legs, but she's stumbling on her words instead. Yeah, I went to the Porky Pig expression. Also, hello, Shrunk. Happy to see you, too. Ooh, hope you have a nice day. Thank you. I hope you have a nice day, too. You're lying! Sorry, that wasn't normal. Layers of Fear. What's that game? Very positive. I'm getting distracted again. Okay, Twitch.tv. There is a lot of games that you guys gave a solid recommendation to. I will try to remember to put them in the game suggestion post. Oh my god, Kitania's playing Metal Gear Solid and she is... we got a raid. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I'm seeing a lot of really good streams. She has Knock Together enabled. That's so silly. We are going to raid Kitania. I'm very excited. Why is Avi doing gang signs? This is not gang signs. I'm just doing the Velociraptor arm thing, okay? That's fine. Oh, never mind. It skipped to the part already. She survived the ball zapping of Metal Gear Solid 1. Yes, Kitania. We can raid Kitania. Oh, Metal Gear Girl. Yeah! I see another person has played the game. I've never touched it. I just saw cinema footage. Oh god, I have chips next to me too. So I'm gonna be chipping and watching. Snacking and watching. Game sign. Derogatory. If only there was a signal. Ball zapping. Yeah, the thing where he gets like shocked by his Psychomantis. Where he's like, yeah, can you handle this now? And he goes, ah! But she already skipped that part. We barely missed it. But I saw it on the thumbnail. IN before Avi graduated at the camera accidentally zooms in on her 3D ass. It was unimpressive. My gosh! You're so mean to me! What the hell? Okay, anyways. Avi's just 1 degree to a Barbie collab. What do you mean a Barbie collab? Elaborate, Scepter. Anyways. Back to the stream. Anyways, let me go raid the Barbie girls. Oh, okay. I'm familiar with some of them. I know there was Soya. I knew about them because Soya. I looked at your emotes, Nayu, and I was like, oh wow. And then like mini little group. They're a group of e-girls. Yeah, okay. Now I know. I thought you were talking about Barbie. I was like, oh, got you. Not all of us can be winners. Parasocial. Hey, I like seeing where emotes come from. Okay, all right. That's not my fault. That one's not my fault. All right, there you go. Anyways, we're gonna go right into Kitania. She's playing Metal Gear Solid. Yippee! Why are they called the Barbies? Is it cause they're Australian? No, I'm kidding. Let's go raid. I also check emotes I see, just in case I find new bugs. True and real, Chitin. Exactly. Kitania is here. Why do I talk like this? Just wait till new bug, Avi. I can't wait. Oh, I already have the model. I actually do need just a couple more things from the model artist, and then we're good. By the way, how did you guys enjoy the raid yesterday, Friday, for my model mama? Damn, this girl is digging my path. I wasn't. I just look at emotes all the time from channels. Anyways, thank you, Scripts. Yes, those are all my socials if you would like to join. I have a Discord as well. I'm itching my shoulder. Right there. Thank you, Scripts. And there is the Kitania raid. It went through. Okay, good. And then my raid message would be metal, no, Snake is cool, right? Oh, Katana is a cutie. She's so cute. She's wearing glasses right now. All right, let's go. You can replace the word cool with any adjective you so choose fits. I'm gonna go ahead and end stream. Pick cam raid! You know what? Sure. Thanks for streaming, all of you. It was fun. Did I change the game category to Minecraft or just chatting? Snake is cool raid. Have a good day, everyone. Goodbye. Take care. You too.